Vážené dámy, vážení páni, zaujmite...
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seat. We will start in a minute.
Tak, dobrý deň vám.
Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. I warmly welcome you to this opening conference of the InnovAIte Slovakia project. My name is Juraj Bacha and I will be guiding you through today's program. I'm glad we are meeting today in Trnava on a symbolic date. It was just yesterday when we remembered the 107th anniversary of the founding of Czechoslovakia in 1918. This was groundbreaking. If you ever had a chance to read our original constitution from 1918, you can really find wonderful things there. For instance, us as Czechoslovakia, who was created on the ruins of the monarchy, we had the equality of men and women in the constitution, the freedom to associate, the freedom of expression, and these were the basic pillars of democracy that we were created on in Europe, in the heart of Europe, and this completely changed the direction of the whole society. And a similar topic is going to be discussed today. The name itself, InnovAIte, includes the topic AI and so the artificial intelligence. And because we have, for example, the Stone Age, but this age might be called the AI age, because this is one of the tools that is changing and will be changing the functioning of the whole of society. And that's the reason why we are meeting today. We are here to open a new project that combines scientific research, innovation and industry with the aim of developing trustworthy, sustainable and socially beneficial artificial intelligence. When I was asking my colleagues and my acquaintances working in education whether there are any plans of including AI in education, they said the answer is not whether, but how are we going to do it. It's quite clear that AI is already part of our lives and we cannot avoid it. All we need to do is to find a sustainable way of doing this. The InnovAIte Slovakia project was created in response to the call for proposals, transformational and innovative consortia announced by the Government Office of the Slovak Republic as part of the Slovak Republic's Recovery and Resilience Plan. The aim of the call is to fundamentally transform the Slovak economy to support cooperation between research institutions, innovative companies, the public sector and international partners of excellence. The project has its aim in building a dynamic and sustainable ecosystem of AI, which would connect research and practice, which would bring solutions which will be technologically mature but socially beneficial as well. The project is, the consortium includes companies, universities, research centers from Slovakia, the Czech Republic and Germany, including the partners Gratex International, ASECO, Canex, Optima Ideas, the FKI, German Research Center for Artificial Intelligence, IT for Innovation, the Comenius University, Slovak Technical University, the University in Ostrava, Alexander Dubček University of Trenčín, the Center for Scientific and Technical Information, and the Trenčín Self-Governing Region. We often thank partners in social events, but it's precisely thanks to the partners that we are able to meet here today, so we could give them a round of applause. Now for some practicalities and some housekeeping. Before we start and welcome our hosts at this stage, please allow me a few organizational remarks. We'll have a lunch and some coffee breaks in the morning and in the afternoon. This room includes a free Wi-Fi that's available through the hotel, and when you connect, you will be able to use the connection and use Slido, which will be used for the questions and answers sessions. You will see the QR code and the hashtag for Slido on the screen exactly when you will have the opportunity to ask questions. But perhaps now is the time to open your phones, connect to the Wi-Fi, and perhaps read the QR code, because this will be the primary channel for you to ask questions. But we will also have a microphone, so if you want to ask something live, feel free to raise your hand and you will be given the mic and you will be able to ask. Now for the agenda, after lunch we will have two separate sessions which will be parallel. One will be here and the other will be in the room next door, which will be open in the afternoon. This first room will discuss AI for smart mobility and built environment, and the next room, AI-driven software engineering and insurance innovation. We will have foreign guests as well. Some of them will be here in the room, some others will be connected online. So we have interpretation. You have the headsets that you will be able to use. If you haven't taken them, you can do that during the break. For Slovak, you have channel number 2, and for English, you have channel 3.
Free for translation to English. Dobre.
All right. I believe I have said everything in terms of housekeeping, and we have already had one applause, and now another round of applause for our hosts. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome our distinguished guests, the Director General for AI, Mr. Anton Jelenčák, for the Ministry of Innovations.
Pán Jelenčák, dobrý deň prajem. Áno, ja som vás zmial.
Good morning, Mr. Jelenčák. Yes, we have some steps. I'm 2 meters tall, so I just have one large step, but for the others there are normal steps. So this is your mic, you have the floor. Thank you very much for the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to speak here today and to open this conference officially. Us in the ministry support this kind of activities, and we are always very glad to see if the funds that we are investing into these projects are used in a good way and we see the results. For me, this is always very inspirational, and it's a privilege to see this sort of interest in new technologies in terms of AI, but also other technologies that we support. Now, allow me to ask our technicians to play a speech by our Deputy Minister, who would like to welcome you, and he will tell us some interesting things on the ministry, what we are good at, where we make efforts, and how we are trying to support the Slovak economy and consortiums of this kind. Thank you very much, and have a nice conference. Unfortunately, I have other obligations which prevent me from coming to Trnava, so I'll try to speak to you through this video. When I heard about this InnovAIte Slovakia project for the first time, I asked myself a very simple question. Are we able to shape the future of technology which is changing the whole world? Today, I know the answer is a clear yes. If we join forces, formulate a clear vision, and bring courage into the mix as well. Thank you very much for your trust and for being able to open this conference. This project connects research centers, universities, and technological companies from Slovakia, Germany, and the Czech Republic. Our goal is clear: to accelerate the transformation from research to practice in AI. Over the last months, we've seen a very fast change in how AI behaves and thinks. According to research, more than half of Slovak managers expect that the AI would influence their business significantly, but not many have a strategy prepared on how to deal with this. So this opens the opportunity for the cooperation of the state, research, and companies. The AI is not only a vision of the future, it's the reality of today. In Slovakia, it's used in hospitals, municipalities, companies. For example, in Košice we are testing an AI system for diagnostics, in Bratislava to process data in local government. These tools save funds and help Slovakia move forward. In the Ministry for Informatization, we work on the digital transition of the country. Of course, using AI. We are supporting research centers, building data infrastructure, connecting universities with companies. We also create a legal and ethical framework for trustworthy solutions. Our goal is not to have the biggest number of strategies, but the best results. We see that the AI is changing the way we work and live, and it's quite natural that this is connected to some doubts and uncertainty. As with any large change, there is a tension between enthusiasm and fear. Our task is therefore to assure people that AI will be developed in a sustainable, transparent way, which will be for the benefit of the people. AI will have a practical benefit as well: better services, faster decision-making, more efficient services. And we can only use its potential if it's based on trust, skills, and cooperation. An ethical AI is not only a technical matter, it's also a question of culture, and it's a social and societal challenge as well. It's about how technologies serve people, not how people serve technologies. And it's exactly projects like InnovAIte Slovakia that show that the cooperation works and that connecting science and practice makes sense. If we want Slovakia to be among the countries that not only use but also create technologies, we need to continue on this journey. Thank you very much to all partners in the consortium for their work, their vision, and for their energy. It's thanks to you that Slovakia can be included in the group of countries co-creating the European future of AI. I would like to thank researchers, conference organizers, and everyone else who show through their work that AI not only has its future in Slovakia, but also its heart. Thank you very much. I wish you have a fruitful conference and find new partnerships that will bring specific results in practice. Thank you very much, and next time I'm sure we will meet in person.
Ďakujem mi pekne za tieto slova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Radoslav Štefánek, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Investment, Regional Development and Informatization of Slovakia. And thank you very much also to the General Director of Digital Agenda Section from that ministry, Mr. Anton Jelenciak, for opening the conference. And now I would like to invite two gentlemen to the stage. When they were coming here, they had to address a dilemma, and I will be curious to hear how they managed to solve it. So now I would like to invite Mr. Peter Dovhun from Gratex International and Marek Grac from ACE Enterprise Slovakia, partners of the consortium. Good morning, gentlemen. A round of applause for you. Welcome. Well, I can tell everyone what the dilemma was when you were coming here, because you knew you would be coming here at the same time. And, well, they said, well, we wanted to be like two popular moderators here in Slovakia, Adela and Saifa. We just didn't know who would be Adela and who would be Saifa. Okay. And well, you know, we have some serious information and serious experience sharing, but let's not forget about having fun, like those two moderators or hosts have as well. We would be really happy if you could enjoy yourselves today. We don't know whether we will be as funny as those two moderators, but we'll do our best. Well, it's a challenge for the technicians because we're switching the mics. But now, on to a more serious note. Well, I think all of us follow all the news and new developments from new breakthrough technologies, algorithms, and AI. And we can see that we're living in the world of a paradox. On the one hand, a great hope in terms of breakthrough discoveries and solutions addressing different problems that humanity faces, like curing illnesses, etc. And the hope that the general AI will be here. And on the other hand, we have information and about the fact that not all that hope has been met. For example, this year, MIT has published a survey with an alarming finding. Almost 90% of projects with generative AI has failed. Of course, there are different factors, but three key factors include not very well-defined workflows. So those work procedures that we would like to replace, with AI. Then, second factor, the deficiencies when working with AI, working with the facts outside the context, and that has to do with learning, training, and algorithms. And then inconsistency between the expectations and strategies of the companies and the projects that were launched maybe a year or two ago. And I'm glad that the debate, or I hope that the debate today will confirm that the work we are doing is aware of these challenges and that we try to be responsible in setting the workflows in this responsible manner, so that all the workflows, whether in developing AI for municipalities, transport, buildings, or insurance, is connected with our everyday business, and that we do not forget about working with the data, their mining, their processing, duplication, etc. So to conclude on this more serious note, I would like to say that I hope that you can see and perceive the outputs and the plans of these working groups during the conference. And Marek, well, I would just like to say a few words, maybe on a different note. In this format, we are meeting for the second time at the conference. The first one was in the spring, a smaller group, just the people who are part of the consortium. And now we would like to also welcome the guests. We have, our clients, because they are the ones for whom we are preparing these solutions, and we want to work with them in developing these solutions. So we really appreciate you coming here today and wanting to listen to what we have achieved, where we are, and how we can help each other. So thank you very much, and I hope that you enjoy yourselves today and you will leave enriched with new ideas, and together we can move forward. Gentlemen, thank you very much. Well, I don't know whether you will be maybe new candidates for replacing those two popular moderators, but anyway, again, on a more serious issue, before we get to the agenda of today, now I would like to invite the General Director of the Center for Scientific and Technical Information, Mr. Robert Galik. Good morning. We have 3 microphones. You can choose whichever you like. Okay, I hope you can hear me. Good morning, dear representatives of the consortium. I always say also dear friends of science and innovation. And ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Center of Scientific and Technical Information, I would like to welcome you to this conference. I was looking forward to this conference and to this project because we think that it will bring some specific solutions in the topic that we are confronted with every day, and that is AI. We are just a small connecting link. The Center of Scientific and Technical Information plays a role of a bridge between the scientific and research community that usually deals with basic research, that means universities and research and development organizations, and practice represented by the public sector and private companies as well. So we are the carriers of these scientific and research information for the public, and I've heard that our brand, CVTI, that's our name, is becoming more and more popular among the public. I'm happy about it. And from what I have seen about this project, I hope that it will bring specific projects and specific results and prototypes for those types of economy that affect us most as citizens. That means transport, that's the preparation, development, software, insurance. For example, I worked in insurance for 8 years, then energy, and energy efficient buildings. So this is something that at the end of the road should be tangible for us, a tangible output which would probably be applicable in practice. And for us, it's important also to have the ability to transfer the technologies, to support the environment and ecosystem, which would help universities and research organizations transfer the outputs of research into something tangible, patents, or those outputs that help us move forward. So this is our task. Obviously, the journey is very long. It took a long time to approve this project, but now it's ongoing, and I'm really looking forward to hearing more about it, hearing more about the results of the project, and enjoy yourselves. Have a good day. Thank you. Thank you, General Director of the Center of Scientific and Technical Information, Mr. Robert Galik. And now, let's move to the agenda, and that is the expectations and the outputs of the InnovAIte project. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Denis Gnotka from Gratex, who will tell us about the project, the vision, and the direction of the consortium InnovAIte Slovakia. Again, 3 microphones. You can choose whichever you like. and we'll be happy to hear more about the direction of this project. We'll see also one video that will tell us more about this project. Hello and good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. No, not everyone can hear me. Is there any problem? Well, 3 microphones, all of them are off. Let's try this one. I think this one's working. Yeah, it's working now. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Denis Knotka. I'm from Gratex International, and I would like to tell you a bit about our InnovAIte project. This project has a very fitting name. I mean, we are illuminating pathways for AI-driven breakthroughs. Quite an interesting title. And this project has several objectives and ambitions, and one of the important ambitions is to make Slovakia an important hub for AI development. Our goal is to push the boundaries of knowledge, current knowledge of AI applications across various domains like energy, buildings, building safety and security, video analysis, software development, or applications for insurance. And as it's been said, this consortium has 11 important members. As the first two, I would like to introduce the excellence partners from abroad, especially the German Institute for AI Research. Then it's the Technical University of Ostrava from the Czech Republic. And an important component, that is IT for Innovation's National Supercomputing Center. As regards Slovak partners, among the key ones, we have 4 great companies from Slovakia: Gratex International, Asseco, Canex, and Optima Ideas. And very important is to have the involvement of the academia, and that is the Slovak Technical University, that is the University of Comenius University in Bratislava, Trenčín University of Alexander Dubček in Trenčín, and then a Slovak Center of Scientific and Technical Information. And last but not least, the involvement of the local government, that is the Trenčín self-governing region.
In the project, we want to use the knowledge and know-how of all these partners so that we reach new knowledge, new applications, and develop the best applications for practice. This is the main aim, because this project is mainly about research, so this is a research project. Now, for the project content, we have 8 work packages. Two of them are project management and dissemination. These are extremely important, like the work package dissemination and communication deals with how to bring results to the public. The main cross-cutting work package is work package number 3. It's the main backbone of the project, and it deals with ethics in terms of AI, for instance. Now, the 4 main domain work packages, as I mentioned, number 4, and my colleagues will talk more about that, is about energy management in buildings. VP5 is especially about building security and safety, and about the roles of video analysis. VP6 is especially about innovations in software development WP7 is an application of innovations in AI in insurance operations. Now, for measurable indicators, I would mention the most important ones. New knowledge in AI developed through this consortium will be presented to the public, especially in papers, either in Web of Science or Scopus or outside of these databases. Then we have another indicator, a new startup. Then the inclusion of students and PhD candidates under 35 years of age. Then softwares, patents. We have quite a number of them, so we have very high ambitions. This slide is very good, I would say. You can see a timeline here showing you how the implementation of the project is going to go. The first 24 months deal mainly with industrial research, and the last 6 months will be focused on experimental development and on translating the new knowledge into practice. Now we are in month 7. You can see the Kick-off Conference in Trnava. The next conference will be next year in March 2026 in Žilina. Then we can see the main milestones here in month 8 and in month 16. The third conference, will take place in autumn next year, and the last 6 months are extremely important because that's where the best innovation, which will be the result of the research, will be brought into practice through the work package 8. Now, finally, in month 30, we want to organize the final conference, and then the 5-year sustainability period will start. And in this sustainability period, we are going to try and measure our results, whether they are bearing any fruit, and we hope they will. So that was my presentation. And for you to get a better idea of what our project is about, we'll play a short video, and this video will answer many of your questions. So please play the video.
Every day we race against time, deadlines, responsibilities, expectations. 8 billion of us, moving, building, dreaming. We form communities, families, teams, nations, yet the dream is always our own. Each of us is a Columbus, searching not for India, but for our own America, for something new, something better. AI gives us that chance, not just to save time, but to transform it. It helps us cooperate, differently, deeper, together. It learns with us, builds with us, and frees our minds for what truly matters. Don't miss the opportunity to live differently, to create together, to dream again.
Tak verím, že sa vám toto video páčilo a momentálne dávam priestor na otázky, ak by ste mali otázku zo slajda a z publika.
Aj keď mám taký pocit, že to úplne nie je otázka na pána Knotku. Veď koniec koncov takto to bude fungovať celý čas. O malú chvíľu si ideme aj predstaviť jednotlivé pracovné balíky projektu. Preto som už avizoval, že to slajdom majte pripravené. a pokojne sa môžete pýtať. Ale ak ste to ešte nestihli, pokiaľ niekto zdvihne ruku, tak máme tu mikrofón, snáď aj zapnutý, ktorým potom prejdeme ku vám dole a viete sa to spýtať aj napriamo, nie prostredníctvom aplikácie Slido. Prípadne, keby ešte chcel dať niekto iný tip, ako to, že pán Dolhun bude Adela, tak pokojne môžete aj na túto tému. Myslím, že tým pádom asi otázky, pán Knotka, nemáme asi žiadne. Keby náhodou, konec koncov, coffee breaky sú...
So, our guests will be here during the coffee break as well, so you can ask them in person. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. For Gratex, Mr. Denis Knotka.
Ináč, pán Knotka, máte vynikajúci zvuk.
Mr. Knotka, you have a great voice, very loud voice, because your microphone was off and everyone could still hear you. Anyway, let's now move on to our agenda and the work packages, and you have already touched up on the timeline and the events that are ahead of us. And let's now present the work packages. We will have the representatives of the partner institutions, and they will present all the work packages. And after each presentation there will be time for questions either through Slido or by raising your hand. And now I would like to invite to the stage, I hope to have the right script, because I can see a lady here, but I have only gentlemen's names. So cross-domain AI research for IT4I, Mr. Pavel Tuček. Okay, there will be two of you, or I don't know, did I miss something? Okay, I was just a bit confused. Anyway, Mr. Tuček, would you prefer this microphone? Okay, working. Great, thank you very much. Hello everyone, my name is Pavel Tuček. Now I represent IT4I for Innovations, and now I would like to say a few words about the work package 3 that will deal with the theoretical base of AI and should accompany other work packages and should help them. And let me now have a short historical flashback when, with my colleague Patrik Brečka, we were thinking about how to embrace AI and how to put together a consortium. It was at the time where, in a prehistoric age, we could say, from the point of view of AI. And since then, there have been a lot of developments, all happening very fast, and we're trying to embrace it. And we were thinking about these questions, how to use AI efficiently, how to put it into real life and make it sustainable. Not to use just softwares and ideas that would be dead within 2 years, prevent it from further use by a legislative framework or other obstacles, and how to have an added value, how to make it understandable by the people, how to make it into something that is transparent, that is understandable, and that is trustworthy and credible, so that those instruments that are there, do not make us afraid. And a very important aspect is the ethical framework, of course. And what was said at the beginning, at the Constitution and the celebration of the anniversary of the creation of Czechoslovakia. I mean, we always had these values of thinking and the freedom of thinking anchored in the institution, and the ethical framework of AI use is a part of it, I think. And we constructed this project around these work packages. we identified where those applications we wanted to work with, and it kind of coincided with what we had been doing before as well. And then we told ourselves that if we can make something up, if we can do it, then it should obviously lead to a real application and output that would be important, for the companies. Okay, so we have the projects, and this is our thinking. And then, gradually we were meeting up with the partners, and we could see that, well, but we need another work package that would precede all the others. So a work package that would have to do with the theoretical and practical embracing of AI and all the other work packages. And during all the calls and meetings and discussions, we realized that it's the basic elementary package that has to support all the project. So now, when we look at the activities of this work package, we'll see that the first and important point that it deals with is the ethical understanding of the use of AI within industrial applications. I'll be talking about it because the whole application of AI is based on the processing of data. Well, we can all understand what data is. Some data is accessible, others not. We can generate data, and some data is renounced by us or given up by us, or voluntarily. And all this has to be taken into account by this ethical framework, because many applications can be very nice, very well planned and designed. They may have a great business impact, but based on something that is not real, in fact. And another thing is the comprehensibility, or whether we can explain it. In the past few years, I think it's one of the buzzwords, AI. Many people use it without even understanding what it means and how it's used. And that's why this theoretical package aims to explain what is AI, how it works, what it brings, what are the risks, what is the added value. And of course, last but not least, it's the human-AI interaction ethics. Now, there are lots of things in these applications based on something that you don't even know. You don't know how it works. And whether it's based on a decision, that at a certain stage you say that, okay, I have to make a decision how it will continue, or maybe a person just works together with the AI. So all this is important to embrace. So what was important and very natural was to have or create a management plan. As we said, data is the main food and feed of AI, but when you collect and gather the data, and when the data is born, you could say, you can see that there are lots of risks. Whenever there are lectures on data and use of data at universities, so there is a talk about, how you should collect data, use it, store it, etc. And then the question is, can I even use the data? Can I share the data, or how can I share the data with AI, and who is responsible for what? So this is a document, there needs to be a document. So now there has to be some legal basis. So data is either freely available or there are lots of restrictions. And if you don't know very well how the data is collected and whether it is restricted, so any other use or commercialization of your applications, may be complicated. So not just GDPR, but many other legal aspects limit the use of data, of your personal data, not just your personal data, but any data related to anything. in fact. And if we put it into detail, my doctorate supervisor said that everything has to do with data, zeros and ones. So, and now we are getting to the most important part, privacy. What is privacy? And what does it mean that you will, process the data, collect and process the data, and you will use it to enhance your business potential? So insurance, banking, and I will use these areas very purposefully, because, I mean, if we had all the data available or all the applications we could use for marketing purposes, but, well, that would be great, but the problem is with the data and its use. And what about the results and benefits for a sustainable application, a sustainable output? There should be a certain framework of that for the use of that application that should be used maybe in buildings. So that means not everything should be, recorded, by cameras perhaps, and not everything should be stored. I mean, from the position of programmers or designers, etc., maybe we would like to have everything, but we need this application to be sustainable. We need this framework, legal framework, and if you create it in the EU, but, I mean, IT applications are best sold worldwide, and maybe that IT framework may be less complicated or more complicated depending on where you go. So also this legal certainty, technical security, and then practical sustainability. Will it be sustainable within 2 years' time? If you think about the rapid development of technology, I mean, now there are certain things that are ongoing. We won't change them, but the risks are there. If we don't use what has been well proven and tested, what has a good theoretical basis, well, definitely it won't be something that would be profitable for us and for our business in the future. And perhaps what's most important, and I would like to mention in the last part, is the general procedure or the general steps that we have taken and we want to take. So to start with, it is very good to see what are the legal frameworks that we are going to operate in. Without that, any effort to create a very nice application will lead nowhere. Then there are some challenges. We also have, certain plan, how we want to avoid, how we want to tackle the risks, because maybe the basis can be good, but we need to respond to those challenges. And then, okay, you continue and you will, work together. You will, respond to the developments, you will work with the software engineers, and then, well, there will be other steps. And here you can see a graph or a model, how it should look like, how it will, or how it should continue, and how any AI application should be deployed. This can guarantee us that we will have a real sustainable product that can work in the market. So if we want to conclude, there is an external ethical committee. It is an important body of this project, which, despite all our nice ideas and efforts, should be our ideological opponent. So it has been established, it is composed of AI experts, and we are liable to this ethical committee for what we do, and they should prove that what we are doing is right and correct. And that's why we have a report which should be available and should be this kind of a guiding line on how the AI development and research should be done. And whether Petra or David, my colleagues, can respond to any questions you may have, because they are the key persons behind this package. And now, really, to conclude, we have already started running, and AI is everywhere and will be everywhere. We need to use it prudently. We need to use it for our benefit, and definitely, I believe that there will be a lot of nice projects and a lot of nice applications created within this consortium. Thank you.
Pán Tuček, ja som avizoval, že
Mr. Tuček, as I said, there will be room for questions at the end. Perhaps your colleagues could give more answers, but let's give the space to our guests. So you could use Slido during the presentation as well. And the first question, are you planning to create an AI sandbox to test the AI solutions and to verify its compliance with the EU AI Act? Well, we have two pieces of legislation, and that's the AI Act or Data Act. This was the basis of the whole thinking about this project. We wanted to make all applications compliant with the relevant legislation. But in this work package, we are also trying to explain what it's dealing with. There is a translation of this act into all European official languages. But do we really understand it? Are we able to apply it to our projects? Well, that's what we are going to deal with. I think we answered the question, and another one came in. What are the biggest challenges for AI and ethics in the project? Well, perhaps my colleague could give you a better answer, but for me, the biggest challenge is how to correctly collect and process data. How the data is collected, how it is stored, and how are we going to process it. So already in data processing, are we to do with the EU directive? I think it's much sooner. Already when you are planning the design, the idea of how you are going to collect the data, you should think about the compliance and whether there's a problem with the code of ethics or the ethics of data processing. Another question, is the legal environment in Slovakia and the Czech Republic prepared for implementing new AI solutions? Well, I think we have many examples from the past when new technologies started in the Czech Republic and in Slovakia. Many larger countries will have bigger problems with implementing these applications because they will be bound by legislation much more, and because the whole processes are much bigger there, it will make it hard for them. So the application of technologies in Czechia and in Slovakia will be able to penetrate the large markets very fast, I think. Another question connected to legislation. How can we deal with the interpretation of legislation if there is no interpretation? Well, I'm not a lawyer, I'm a mathematician, so it's very hard for me to comment on this. I only know numbers. But I myself, when I read the interpretation of the European acts, that's when I asked my colleagues to prepare an impact analysis of this legislation on these applications. Well, if we are going to be able to deal with this, well, there are legal offices who use AI more and more. So I think there must be a good framework for explaining this, and the AI will need to be able to deal with this. Well, these are the questions for now, but perhaps back to the ethics in the EU acts. AI uses data to learn. What if we learn late? Because that some ethical codes are broken because of some piece of information. Can we resolve this later? Can we remove that piece of information which is unethical from the package? Well, I might be wrong, and my colleagues will comment on that if that's the case. But if we prepare the AI applications and the models, and if we prepare them in a correct way, there must be a way to take something back and relearn and reteach the model. So if we have a mistake, that will certainly have an impact. Okay. I said you could also raise your hand if you want to ask live. So if you have any question here in the room, feel free. Well, if I may react to the last questions, whether we need more regulation or more liberalization. Well, I would like to ask all of you, what's your opinion? So we are going to vote by raising hands, and I will leave this to the presenter. So the question is quite clear. We are talking about regulations. So those of you who think that AI should be more regulated, please raise your hands now. And the other side of the spectrum, who of you thinks it should be more liberalized? Well, you raised your hand as well. But I think we have a bit more of those who think it should be regulated, because we all saw the Terminator when we were kids or younger. Yes, well, the question of using AI is rather polarized. Either regulate, that's one, there's the zero, or then there's one to learn to use it correctly, and there's nothing in between. A week ago I saw an opinion that this might be similar to war. If we have war, the generation who remembers the war, they know what the impacts are, but as time goes on, people forget and they don't know what it was like. So and they can't even imagine what war was like. We are the generation who had books and everything. So perhaps we still remember this, but in the future we might forget this, and there will be no way back. Well, let me add something. Many of us are from the academia. Dozens of BA and MA theses, well, we have read all of them, and today I think the right way to go would be to teach students to use AI and to verify information. I don't think it's right to ban the use of AI, because that's not something you can stop. If we say that you used AI, so you are going to be sanctioned in a certain way, that's not the way to go. Yes, we read hard copies of books, but now there's no way we can avoid AI. Well, we are late already, but we might make the lunch break shorter. But the last question, the regulation in the EU will help the United States to develop. Well, this is more of an opinion than a question. Perhaps ethics should be more than just development. Well, yes, you can compare this to what happened in the automotive sector. Large regulation has an impact on the automotive sector. Regulation somewhere else might be a stimulating factor in a different country. So there are many aspects to this. Yes, well, we are going to present other work packages of the project. So now we could finish this block, and a round of applause for Mr. Tuček from IT for Innovations. And now we'll move from the ethical aspect to something more tangible, and that's AI-driven buildings. We have two guests, Mr. Radek Fiala and Tomáš Karosek from IT for Innovations. I only see one of you. The other gentleman is also coming now, so I presume you will need two microphones. Well, we have prepared a scene for you, and this will happen in the second third of my presentation. I hope I didn't spoil this. Well, we are in an IT conference, but it's very creative here, almost theatrical. Well, let's see. In any case, the second mic is here, and now the floor goes to you. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My task is to introduce one of the work packages of our project. Our work package deals with energy efficiency. We all call it WP4, energy efficiency. I will try to introduce this project in three basic aspects. First, we are going to talk about what we are dealing with to make this understandable. Then I'm going to answer the question, why are we dealing with this? Why is it important? And then I'm going to talk about how do we want to deal with this. And because our project has a range of partners, I selected three topics that I'm going to talk a bit more about. My favorite topic will then culminate in our scene with Mr. Tomáš Karásek. So first, what? What do we deal with in WP4? Which parts of energy, of the energy sector, does the WP4 focus on? The energy sector is certainly a very large topic, and AI is definitely relevant for this sector. And as I said, the topic is vast. We have selected a part of it just for your illustration. The topic begins with some central energy production. Then we have local or community renewable energy. Then we have the transmission and management and the balance between production and consumption, the whole trade around it. And then we have the end consumer who uses the energy, and that's our topic. So we deal with the energy sector in terms of the end consumer, and this is a significant end consumer, either larger buildings or industrial complexes. That's the topic of WP4. And this topic can be divided into two parts: resource optimization and consumption optimization. We are going to talk about that a bit more, but this is the definition of what WP4 focuses on. We'll take a look why WP4 is dealing with this as well. Well, it's because everywhere around us, in the sockets, in the cables, well, the energy revolution is ongoing in all of these, in the screens as well. It might not be so visible, but we might explain why this is happening and what's the driver of that energy revolution. For example, we can see a huge impact of the transition to renewable energy sources. But this is not simple. It's connected to very hard topics that we need to deal with. By transitioning to renewable resources, well, these are decentralized. They need to be locally managed. These are not large sources, but small sources. These resources are extremely volatile, so if there is no wind or no sun, it will have a huge impact on your balance in terms of production and consumption. This will have a huge impact on the whole system, because if there is no sun, nobody in that place has that sun, and if there's no wind in a certain location, that nobody has that wind. So this is the challenge with these sources, and then it's very hard to somehow assemble all of this into a single system. Another driver, costs rose. This started to be a topic for many significant players who didn't deal with costs before. It was something they just paid in the past, but now often the efficiency of production rests on optimizing energy costs. This means making good investment decisions in terms of energy. Then the third area that's a driver of the revolution is that we started to talk about sustainability, about carbon footprint. So the sustainability of energy is connected to the carbon footprint. And the whole approach to the end consumption is connected with sustainability and carbon footprint. And this is all an answer to the question why. Because it's inevitable to have a way to manage the energy of the end consumer. And this management needs to be based on data, and it needs to be dynamic, and it needs to be able to react to all the inputs, and it needs to be able to deal with all the drivers of this revolution. So this was why. Now, how? How we are going to deal with this? Very simply. Our solution is based on the fact that we have a certain current status of efficiency management. So a company uses energy. We are trying to get it into a state where the consumption would be managed and efficient in various aspects. First of all, costs. Of course, we want costs to be managed to be as low as possible. But then we also want to optimize the carbon footprint. And then the third area is also important, and that's the resilience. Yes, solutions might be optimal, but it's key whether these solutions are resilient to various combinations of situations that can happen. And of course, between these two states, we need something that's called measures. So something needs to change. So something is done in a way, and we need to change it to move to the better option, to the better state. And what needs to change can be divided into three areas. One of measures, in production, in purchasing, in the configuration. We can have some investments that are ongoing or also one-off, but significant. And something that we call dynamic management, that's something that evaluates the situation in every moment and is trying to optimize the consumption and the resources. And that's why we need to create a system of an intelligent data analytics, which will help us decide which measures should be taken, how the system should be set up, try it beforehand, and then implement so that we get to where we want to go.
Okay, I have one more slide, and it is a bit more detailed. We will go into more depth to explain what we are dealing with. So we'll divide it into two areas, the resource optimization and consumption optimization. So what do we need to do to optimize consumption? First of all, we need the data. So that's the basis. Without having the data, we can't do anything. Energy is so complicated and so complex, also at the level of the final user, that we need the data. So to have the reference, to know what the consumption is, we need to have the right context. So that's the first step. The second step is to create, based on the data available, to create a consumption model. That means what is the behavior, the conduct of that building or those premises, and what is the final consumption. And once we have the model, we can do a lot of interesting things with it. We can compare the model consumption with the real consumption, what is expected to happen and what happens, in fact. Then we can try and simulate something, if we change something, how much it would cost, what would be the carbon footprint, etc. And then we can obviously try and optimize it. There are lots of things we can influence. So we can try and optimize, and last but not least, the model can be used to make a prediction. If we have the right model, it will tell us what will happen with consumption. So all these have impacts on various aspects at the level of the final user, and it allows us to optimize the consumption. And if we look at the other part on the left-hand side, this has to do with resource optimization. So first, it seems like these are two separate areas, but they do meet, a bit later on. But first, let's say what we can do with the resources. So if we have, I don't know, a contract with a certain price, well, that's how it works. But now the ways to get the energy, to purchase energy, are so dynamic and so diverse. There is, I don't know, there are lots of combinations. So just to decide how to get your energy and how to work with it in terms of resources, it starts to become an important factor that will impact the consumption and the cost. And with various parameters, you can work in a dynamic way. So sometimes you would think that you could influence the consumption very easily or more speedily, but in fact, it's the energy. So the energy, how you get it, how it's accumulated, how you can reduce the carbon footprint. There are ways to do it, and often that industrial enterprise does use these different ways. So this is the energy strategy management or energy concept. It's the dynamic management based on the context, depending on the resources and depending on the consumption. And now we are getting to the role of AI in the work package 4. All these models and modules already exist, but they are quite complicated, inaccurate, and we are trying, as part of our project, to simplify it, to speed it up, and to make it smarter. The work with these modules, you can see those yellow circles where it says AI, so to have some advanced instruments that allow us to work in a smarter way. And then the last slide on the how question. So we need to use the existing infrastructure. We can't now just think that we would have to change the whole setup because there is a certain infrastructure, there are certain settings and configuration, and how we build on it, that has to do with the whole concept of our solution. So it begins with the orchestrational layer that connects various functionalities. It is like a field or a garden where you plant all your plants. You have the input side and then the output side. So this is the last slide, and we said, we asked the questions and answered the questions on what, why, and how. And now I would like to talk a bit more in detail about the communication strategy, and together with Tomáš Puntík and his team, we have tried to identify the right assignment for our work package and the right objective. I mean, obviously we're not starting from scratch, but a little bit as if we were starting from scratch. We try to look for very carefully for the answer to this question, you know, to our goal, and as regards the user expectations. And we could see that the energy users expect new new ways that would be dynamic and would be able to predict what will happen and can work with the new situations in the most cost-efficient manner. That means that these are the user expectations, and the goal was to determine, you know, what are the stakeholders' requirements and expectations. Okay, so what the user expects of us is being able to observe, get the data, identify the equipment, because, I mean, all this is essential to obtain the detailed and reliable data for the system, then to be able to predict, to forecast human behavior, variables, etc., so that we can reach the optimum level of the management, and then to be able to adjust. So this is what we were preparing as part of our communication strategy, because this is not just about visualization, it's about what the user needs to know and how they want to use and what they expect from the project, what the project can provide to the user. Now I would like to talk about the preparation and processing of data. The main challenge is the fact that there is a lot of data, very vast, diverse data, heterogeneous, and it's not easy to get the data in the right format. So the challenge is to create a robust, unified, and fully automated data pipeline. And we could see that an important element in the preparation of the data is to understand which data affect what, some kind of like sensitivity analysis, which will help us focus better our next steps. So, what did we see in this area? What did we identify? We identified the need to use a transformation module. That means the data that is there in different formats and to put them in a uniform format. Then data validation. It's a process where, you know, various data contain various types of mistakes, logical, technical, or some parts that needed to be excluded. So you need to validate the data so that those deficiencies do not threaten further steps. Then another step is automatic labeling. That means, for example, you can take, for example, a meter in the building, a meter device in the building, and there are certain markers, you know, connected to different, I don't know, heating devices or different users, etc. And so you can assign these contextual labels, and for us to be able to identify different situations in the data, we need to filter the module. We need to be able to find those places in the data where we want to model a situation. we need to prepare basically the data for modeling, select data, for example, only for a certain temperature. And now we are again coming back to that sensitivity analysis, which is a very strong instrument that will help us be more efficient and better focused in in the steps we take. And now we are getting to our scene. I would like to ask Tomáš Karasek, who will present or my favorite module, and that is the digital twin. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This part has to do with the digital twin. Well, whoever is not making a digital twin today, as if he or she didn't exist. And okay, there are some parts that are common, and then there are some differences. So first, factories and others, buildings. We use similar models and modules and methods of AI. And what distinguishes them is the data input. Often the data is of bad quality. And sometimes we measure something, but we would need to measure it even more or better. And in the factories, well, I mean, in the building, so we can use the physics to be able to estimate something. So the data is a challenge we need to face. The more data we have, the happier we'll be, and the better the models. Then the second part is about creating a model. After all the considerations and the expectations of the people who don't know that much about it, they just think, okay, I'll just put the data in, the AI will process it in the way as I need it. But that's not true, because the disadvantage of some methods of AI is that they will give you a result, but the interpretation is very complicated. So especially in factories, we'll try to deploy models that will allow direct interpretations, so that we know that this is inefficiency, this is a constant consumption that has nothing to do with the number of items produced. And then, as regards optimization, this is about using the model. And here what's critical is to distinguish what is inefficiency or bad consumption, and what is the error of the model, or is just a common normal consumption. So this is something we want to deal with, and we already have certain ideas how we want to tackle it. In buildings, it's a bit easier because we can use physics and the laws of the transfer of heat work. 70% of energy is used for heating, and so we can use the physics, but we also need some measured data. And we hope with our colleague Funtik, we hope that gas will save us. Well, now he shot me a very ugly glance, but that's not true, obviously. But if we knew everything about the building, it would make our lives easier, and we would be better positioned to identify which losses are generated by the structure of the building and which is generated by bad user practice. And obviously, the challenge is that each type of building has a bit different use, whether it's at a residential building, a hospital, etc. We need to face these challenges. Our ambition is not to create just one global AI, but for each group to create a more specialized model that would be tailored to the needs of each situation.
Now, what's a paradox is that it helps us that the consumption is connected to weather, and we have loads of data on the weather, and it's freely accessible. we can find out what the weather was 3 years back. So this helps us, and that we have quite high quality data as well. Now, the module that is created can be used for optimizing things, for scenarios, what happens if, and so on. This is a bit more in detail. I made this shorter so that we still have some time for questions. Well, 10 minutes, give or take, whatever. Now, for the questions, we spent more time on the presentation, so we have less time for questions, but you will be able to ask questions and get answers personally during the coffee break. So we start the Slido now. If you have some questions, let's take a look at them. But we are late, but just a little. So it seems there are no questions. So thank you very much for this creativity that you brought in. Thank you very much, gentlemen. The gentlemen will be available during the coffee break for your questions, but let's continue with use of AI video in buildings and structures. I would like to welcome to the stage Mr. Petr Strakos. I hope he'll be fast and time efficient. Welcome.
Samozrejme, čas, ktorý máte vyhradený na prezentáciu, len a len...
Of course, the time that's been allocated to you is yours, and let's hope everything will work. Thank you very much. Good morning, my name is Strakos from IT for Innovations. I would like to give you some information on WP5, and that's AI-driven video. So, an overview on this work package. Within my presentation, I'm going to try to show you the main aims that we have defined in the work package, and I will go through the important tasks that are also defined in the work package. So, as the title of the work package shows, this is a WP focused on image data and AI-driven video. So the main data we have is image. The work package focuses on two main areas of interest. One of them, traffic safety, and the other, smart buildings, or using video data in smart buildings. What's an important element of the whole work package is synthetic image data, their creation and their use for training the various algorithms. Another important element in the work package is the use of edge devices, which can be used to process the image data in buildings or in the field of transport. And this is here to ensure safety, but not only in these areas, but also data safety and security by using the edge devices. Now, on the most important outputs defined within our work package, well, first of all, one of the outputs is generating high-quality synthetic image video data, which could be used for training. And the key aspect for generating them is the using of 3D virtual environment and advanced rendering technologies so that we can attain high-quality data. Another aim, research and development of an AI-based algorithm that can increase the size and variability of these datasets, and as necessary, make these data as close to real data as possible, so that is the smallest possible difference between synthetic data and real data. Another output, develop an AI-based algorithm to detect critical phenomena in road traffic. And the last aim within the work package is evaluating state-of-the-art devices suitable for edge applications in terms of edge vision, specifically in smart buildings, so that we can obtain not only security in the buildings, but also the security of the data that are being processed. Here I would like to talk about the specific tasks that we have defined in the work package. I somehow grouped the topics. The first task dealt with, because it's been already done, and it dealt with the specification of requirements for the 3D virtual environment. That's task 5.1. And then we have a follow-up task 5.3, which deals with the development of the 3D virtual environment and the generation of synthetic datasets. Both of these tasks are dealt with mainly by IT4 Innovations. We are the principal party responsible for these two tasks. So first we have traffic safety as one area, and then buildings as well. And we have defined a sort of important directions that we are going to focus on when generating synthetic datasets. For traffic safety, this can be various scenarios like missing manhole covers, which is quite common and quite dangerous. So we are going to focus on this type of scenario. Then another important scenario, traffic accidents. And finally, animals on the road. So this is for traffic. Now for buildings, these are scenarios like fire, fall of a person, or some violent behavior which can be detected. And we can have some forgotten items which can be potentially dangerous, or the detection of dangerous objects like weapons. In the process of creating the 3D virtual environment, what's important and what needs to be implemented in these environments is sufficient variability of the generated data, the high quality as well, so that these data can be used to train the AI algorithms. And these virtual environments can include the generating of various critical scenarios, as has been specified already. And key to this is to use procedural modeling and scene parametrization in combination with advanced rendering technologies which can be implemented and used in a supercomputer cluster. We have some experience with that, so this is already a verified way forward, and we know this can work. Task 5.3 is also connected to two important milestones in the project, and that's milestone 5.1 and 5.2, focused on the generation of synthetic data. Two more important tasks in our work package that we need to mention is task 5.2 and 5.4. The first one focuses on AI methods, or an overview of AI methods that can be used in an efficient way to extend the variability of generated data sets and to increase the variability of the generated data. What needs to be said here is that there are various algorithms that use images to generate 3D objects which can be used in the virtual environment. We can also have 3D object generators that are able to work with purely textual input. For example, what we liked very well was the trellis tool. We used pictures from Google Street View to generate some important, rather small, but important objects in urban development. There are also tools generating video. It's most often a combination of an image input in combination with a text input or just a text input, a text prompt. Quite a good candidate that is being used is the tool Cosmos. Also we have QN or One. These are other tools which can be used. And another technology or method we evaluated is image transformations. A well-working tool that will probably be used and modified is a combination of Comfy UI with Blender. We use Blender as the main tool to create the virtual environment. We have quite a good know-how in this area, and in combination with Comfy UI, we are able to use synergies in these two tools, and with a simple scene input, we are able to generate realistic image data. This approach will be then further expanded in task 5.4 and modified so that it's as usable as possible in our work package. Here you can see some demonstrations. For example, at the top you have the QN. In the first image you see a real image, and the requirement was, as has been mentioned, was to remove the manhole cover, for instance. In the example below you can see the use of the Cosmos tool. So we have created a synthetic scene, and by using the tool Cosmos we have added more realism into the scene. Another important task in our work package is task 5.5. This focuses on AI algorithms that could be used for image data so that we can ensure higher traffic safety. The principal investigator here is Canex in this task, and the aim is clear: to increase road safety, and we are focusing on scenarios that have already been mentioned. Traffic accidents, animals on the road, also observing the quality of the road by detecting potholes. Primary sources of data are data from static or mobile cameras, and these are video data integrated with specific locations. If these are movable cars, this gives you more information that you can use efficiently, and that's specific location information, which is a combination of GPS and RTK data. Then we have a processing pipeline for the data. The input is the image. What we do then is an object detection, tracking, and then we use some time history for the important objects, and then we predict an event which can then be used in further systems as a supporting element aimed at increasing road safety.
So to sum it up, I mean, this task, the main research output is to bring a tested neural networks for real-time incident detection under varying conditions in image data. Since synthetic data combined with real data would be used, we want to test its quality and to see what is the added value if it's trained on synthetic data or real data. What's an important element is that the synthetic data can help, can improve generalization for rare safety events, and there's an important project objective linked to this task, which is to reduce traffic accidents by at least 10% in selected urban areas using AI-based traffic safety systems within 3 years. And since I'm running out of time, very briefly on the last task, which is a development of optimization of AI models, and we stopped hearing the speaker. The microphone stopped working. Okay. Optimization of AI models and algorithms for multi-source video stream processing adapted to traffic and smart building domain. And related to this task is one of the milestones, M5.2. So video inputs evaluation metric in multi-camera systems in testbed environment. And there has been an article on this topic, the image stitching methods. So thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Strakos. Similarly to the previous presentation, I think we could leave the questions for the coffee break. I hope you won't mind if they ask questions directly during the break, because we're under time pressure. Thank you very much to Mr. Strakos now, and we have 2 short presentations. They will be much shorter than those we have had so far. Now I would like to invite Mr. Ivan Polasek from Gratex, who will be speaking about artificial intelligence in software development. Mr. Polasek, the stage is yours. And these 2 presentations will be a bit shorter, and then we'll have the coffee break. Hello, good morning. I would like to invite my distinguished colleagues from ASECO and from Gratex. This should be my presentation. Mine, not someone else's, but who has such a presentation? And at the end, one slide, the single slide that I put in there got deleted, and there were 27 other slides. I don't know who could start, who would like to start, maybe Tomáš Overčík from Gratex, my former student. Thank you. Okay, let's be brief and efficient. As regards software development, we all know that it has advanced a lot since we used copy-paste method and or ChatGPT. I mean, we know that we need to be more efficient, and we have prepared various scenarios where we use it. For example, here we have an article which was published or which was approved yesterday, is ready for publishing, and so this was based on certain requirements, and since we have to be quick. So here we can see that we constructed, we prepared a workflow with certain agents, various agents. They are supervised by one centric agent, and other agents consult with it their outputs, and they create a required tested scenario. So we have a functional specification, we put in a requirement, so based on a certain chapter, we prepare, or the input is prepared for the agent that checks the scenario. This is done in certain cycles, supervised by the centric agent. It can be translated into the language of the user, and this is an example of a table that is created and can be used further. Another instrument with a bit different approach is the search or mining of information, where the analyst needs to consult certain incidents with the client that based on the they occurred because of specifications that were maybe years old, and maybe that person's been there for a short time, and this can help him or her decide whether this incident is a bug, an error, or a change requirement, change request. So a bit different workflow. So this is orchestrated by MLM and communicated through LCP protocol. So to be able to process the information, we have quite a complex tool that processes all kinds of documents and searches for text information and processes the information into text format and creates certain interdependencies between them. So if we have a PDF, it can contain images, tables that we need to process so that LLM can work with it, and also retrieval from vector database. We need to process it into an efficient form that will allow us to work with it further. And what else? What else do we have? We know that LLM are non-deterministic and will not always give us what we need. And when we create these agentic flows, the error grows further and further. So we need a ground point of truth, or kind of a well of truth. So Cindy, that comes from Cinderella. It's a set of tools that through QR language allows us to get the information about the software architecture. So here we have a process, and why is it good and why to connect it with AI? Because these are deterministic tools that can tell us what we have in our software or in our code base. For example, if LLM wants it, and cannot process it, and if we cannot ask questions like, how many files or something. I mean, we work in enterprise, so we have big old projects that have been sustained or maintained for a long time. And to be able to ensure quality, we need certain tools that we use together with AI. And what is the advantage is that now you don't need this QR language. You can connect it to this agentic workflow. So this is maybe too detailed for the little time we have left. And here you can see that we use Rucolt. Rucolt, it's a kind of like a cursor, and we can have controls. We can have the processes under control. For example, how many bash libraries we have without executable flag in Unix. So this request is translated into a query of this tool, and it will check for that information. And this Cindy creates a model that is like an ontology that the LLM can work with. Here you can see some details about Cindy's detectors. And now the layered taxonomies and ontologies are created by Cindy so that she can, it can work and can offer it or provide it to LLM. So some examples, but that would be, we would need much more time for this. So here you can see an overview when and where to use Cindy and why. Together with AI, they are complementary. So Cindy gives the deterministic truth, and AI can complement it and can use the inputs and outputs of Cindy. Also, it works in integration together with Archimate model that together with AI and Cindy can use. So we put in a request for the model, and AI creates query for Cindy, and we will get the answer that we can work with. And now I will pass the floor to Mr. Petrovic from ASECO. Hello, good morning. I would just like to tell you how we approach the initial stage of a software development, and that is the processing of a certain client documentation. So whether a PDF or others, to generate a catalog of requests for information system or requirements. So functional, non-functional requirements or technical requirements. For this transformation, we use an AI tool that we are developing, where the output are certain requirements or requests according to our internal methodology of ASECO, then artifacts for enterprise architecture are generated and managed. It will be a bit more technical here. What I'm showing is the main architecture, similar to what the colleague showed you. We use a similar technology. We have an orchestrating layer. We use Angraph that manages a certain pipeline of all this process, where as part of AI tools, we have MCP tools. For the first MCP ingestor, the manager, then MCP classifier, whether the artifact meets our requirements, then the synthesizers that synthesize and generate functional requests. And then once we have the catalog of functional, non-functional requests, then we generate the test scenario. All this is generated and stored in the databases that allow the connection of these requests and semantic search. So very briefly, MCP ingester, how it works, it normalizes and extracts the information from the client's documents. A lot of information, they are not real requests for information system. We call them motivations of the client. And so we try to transform these motivations into functional or non-functional requests that are real and ready for processing and for software development. So we need to generate the catalog of clients' motivations. And how to approach it innovatively. What we do is that these motivations are classified in a few-shot classification. We generate prototypes of functional, non-functional requests. We process beforehand these prototypes with what we have from an analyst, and we transform them into real requests, functional, non-functional requests and requirements. And based on these prototypes, I will show you later what it looks like and how we create it. Based on this prototype, we classify in the process whether the client's motivation is a functional or non-functional or technical request, and then we can take the next step and generate testing scenarios. So now the processing of motivations of the client into functional requests is the work of analysts, and it's time-consuming. So we try to automate it and try to make analysts' lives easier. So just for illustration, how we create the prototypes. We take this defined client's motivation, we turn it using this bending model into an dimensional embedded environment, and this is an illustration in a 3D space. So all this functional requirement, or a series of functional requirements, is grouped in this n-dimensional space, and we create the prototype. And once there are interferences, if we want to test if it's functional or not, we use this n-dimensional space, and once it has been classified as a functional requirement, then we can leave it there, or it still stays as a motivation, and we synthesize these motivations into functional requirements. And this way we can avoid hallucinations of language models when we tell them to synthesize this functional requirement based on a prototype. And in the next stage, if the analyst confirms that yes, this is a real functional requirement, and we can retrain it, this prototype, or we calculate it again, and we can perfect it further. So with this process, we create a self-learning or the functional requirements look like. Thank you.
Gentlemen, you are right on time. It wasn't really short, but at least on time, and that's always a benefit. So if we always were on time, we would have 30 minutes plus, but now the last presentation in this block, and then we'll have the coffee break. But now, you know, this is the future finalist of Bake-Off Slovakia, so let's see. In any case, Peter Tolt from ASECO is coming for the presentation. A round of applause for him.
Peter, o rok takto sme sa dohodli, že budeme spomínať na to, ako sme...
So we spent 12 weeks in the tent in the Bake-Off. and he said he's going to win. Well, in any way, let's talk AI, not baking. Well, thank you very much, everyone. It's an honor for me to be here and to talk about a topic that will include many graphs, flowcharts, process diagrams, and tables. No, it's not. So if you want to hear a deep dive into insurance, go to the next room in the afternoon and we'll talk about this. Talk about that. Now, what's the aim of this work package and what's my aim? Well, my aim is for you to enjoy this. As has been said, thank you very much, everybody before me. They were amazing. A huge round of applause for everybody speaking before me. It was awesome, interesting. But now, what I want you to take from this, I want you to say work package 7, insurance, the most conservative sector on the earth. And I want you to think this is interesting and to come next time to listen to this. But I don't have much time. Who of you is not insured? Well, who is AI, who is an insurance company, and so on, who is the insured? We are all insurers, the insured, and we are all AI. What is AI? Well, everybody on Earth thinks that that's human. We think AI will be human-like, and we are human, so we can form what's going to happen. So we have presented partners. We have already heard who the partners are. They are also part of this work package. You can see them here. And what are the main topics? Well, what is the insurance and what is the mitigation? I want to be insured for the future. So this is what's going to come. Do you know what the biggest stigma is for time travelers? I'm traveling into the past and I'm afraid of moving a leaf on the tree and changing the future. Well, today we are doing these small things that are influencing the future of us all. And because we all know that we have an impact of what's going to happen, then, for example, the settlement of insurance claims. The person doing the settlement has the biggest influence on what's happening in our lives. We are all insured, and they have so much work that they can't manage. We can automate the process, but we are not mapping the process. We're not saying this takes long, so we're going to make it faster. No, we follow the soft skill agenda of the person working on the settlement and make his work easier. We've all been working in offices for decades. We have all new technologies, computers, printers and anything, and people didn't lose work. They just were able to work more efficiently. So this will probably be the case with AI. This will make our world better. So we deal with settlement of insurance claims and the automation of activities which have high administrative burden. Insurance mathematicians are people who translate the real world into numbers. And when they have free hands and when they can better think, we'll all be happier and more satisfied. And of course, this leads to the payout of claims in insurance. Many of you don't know that the settlement of insurance claims includes the first step, verification that this insurance company really covers this insured person. Somebody calls to an insurance company, I had a traffic accident, please pay for it. But very often these people are not even insured in that specific insurance company. So we want to use AI to accelerate the process of verification and settlement of insurance claims. This will be less complex for the insurance company, and perhaps people could get money on the second day already after an event. So yes, automating the processing of insurance claims and the whole administrative tasks around that. Well, there are so many things that you don't even know are happening in the insurance company. And as I said, the insurance sector is one of the most conservative sectors, and the insurance company needs to deal with the data. So not only in terms of the process, but also in terms of knowledge. We need to know what the insurance company needs and what the insured person needs. This table is a bit out of place, but what are we going to improve in our work package? And this is beneficial for the insurance company and for the insured person. Everything will get better. That's very briefly. And now, what does this represent? We didn't want to see a graph, but we have one. As has been mentioned, in each work package, we need data and data and data. What this represents is that in all stages, in all layers of the work in WP7, we are following the methodology. We follow the steps. We don't even need to discuss this. What happens when and how. If you're interested, yes, we can discuss that, but that's not our aim. Our aim is what's above that. In the guarantees of Work Package 7, it moved again in the presentation, but first of all, GDPR AI Act, ethical collection of data, everything has been mapped so that anything you ask, we are ready to answer. I don't think I even need to read the bullet points. We all know what's happening, so thank you. I was really trying to be fast. Will be our favorite finalist in the bake-off, because everybody will finish baking in 1 hour, but you will finish baking in 30 minutes. Well, yes, you said it very well. We are going to discuss this topic in the afternoon, but now we're going to have 10 minutes for the coffee break, but a huge round of applause for Peter. Thank you. We'll meet each other back here in this room in 10 minutes with the keynote speakers. So 10 minutes for the coffee break. Thank you.
Aplauso. Výborne, ďakujem krásne. Hi, Mr. Muller, can you hear me? Sorry, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello?
I can hear you. Great. Can you try share screen? Great, I see your screen.
What do you see?
Sorry?
Do you see the presentation?
I see the PowerPoint, but not the presentation window, but whole window with PowerPoint.
Yeah. Now?
Now it's good. Thank you very much.
So am I visible as well? Should I put on my camera? Or what is the usual?
You can if you want.
Am I visible?
Give me a second. Yeah, I can see your video, and the participants on site from start can see your video, and then I switch to your presentation. Is it okay for you?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, and we are ready. But we now. But everything works. Thank you very much.
When will the session be resumed?
I think about 7 minutes.
Okay.
Yep.
So 11:40 or something around that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Vážené dámy, vážení páni, poprosím vás, aby ste sa pomaly presunuli naspäť do sály. Budeme pokračovať. Vážené dámy, vážení páni, prosím, poďte späť do sály, budeme pokračovať. Dámy a páni, ešte raz vás poprosíme prísť naspäť do sály, prípadne vy, ktorí ste tu a viete, že kolegovia sú vonku. Neváhajte ich osloviť telefonátom alebo správou, že by sme radi pokračovať ďalej v programe.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue briefly, so kindly return to your seats.
Tak, priatelia, slovami klasika, váš čas.
Your time for coffee break is coming to its end, so we are going to continue with the next lecture. Now we have another block, and what's in front of us now are two keynote speeches by important experts. These are our foreign guests. I have mentioned the German Institute for AI Research. It is this institute that our next speaker is from. Of course, he's not here in the room. He will be connected online. I believe we can see him already. This is Dr. Christian Miller. Hello.
Hello, yeah. I can hear you, but there seems to be a delay.
Yes, you are a little bit delayed. We see it as well. But hopefully we will manage these technical issues. Meanwhile, you will be having your presentation. So we are very happy to have you here, even though online, but very happy to have you here. What do you need to know? We have got a full room of people waiting for your presentation, so maybe we can proceed. Ja len poviem, že téma tejto
I'll just add that the topic of this presentation is a topic that already resonated in the presentation of the work packages, trustworthy AI, connecting technologies, society and responsibility. Dr. Christian Miller.
So just a minute ago, I had in my own audio, I had the if you can stop that, that's very confusing, because I hear then the translation in my own audio. Can you stop transferring the translation into the Zoom audio channel, please? Okay, so thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. Oh, yeah, please stop translating, and that's very confusing for me. If that's not possible, I can also switch off my own audio. But please advise me how I should proceed. I can hear you. I cannot talk when I have. Yeah. So can you please stop that? I cannot talk if I have a constant synchronous translation in my own audio. Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to be here. So I was advised to make up some time. So I'm trying to go through as fast as possible. I'm now switching off my own I'm my own speaker, because I can still later. Please let me know. My presentation is organized as follows. I want to speak about the trusted AI today. I'm going to briefly introduce it from the lens of DSKI own research, where the 4 approaches to guarantees on AI is a very crucial point. And within that, I'm going to talk about our initiative SATAN and introduce the various works of researchers within this initiative, because it's a nice kind of a outline of trusted AI as it is seen at DFKI. But the main part of my own research, in which I would like to dive a little deeper, is in trusted AI for autonomous driving, which of course is one of the domains for safety critical applications. And I hope that I can manage to guide you through that quickly, to have still some time to go into that. how trusted AI is actually seen at DFKI in a bigger picture is as follows. So we see trusted or trustworthy AI as part of bigger initiatives that's called environment-aware AI. And environment-aware AI is really to AI that would ultimately understand and can adapt to its operational environment. That's the physical environment, the social environment, also the regulatory environment, and operates transparently, reliable, and also sustainable within this environment. And there's two. Trusted AI is a large initiative at DFKI, but it is accompanied by other initiatives which are more on it's called twinned AI, which are some of the simulation grounded AI and physically integrated AI. So that is the part where simulation and real world is coming into play and are bridged. And also the third thing is the sustainable AI. That means AI that saves energy. It's also AI that is likely to be consuming less energy. So, but the actual assurance of trustworthiness is at the core of DFKI's environment AI vision, and that is what I would like to talk more about today. So, why focus on trusted AI? As far as I could understand, and the contributions that were not English in the morning, I nevertheless heard keywords that point into the same direction. We know that we need to have evidence for the safe use of AI to make AI systems useful for the public, and otherwise AI will be underused. And one of these examples that are often put forward at this point is the slow industry uptake of autonomous cars. Autonomous cars have been a promise for a decade now, and why we see now they are now appearing on roads in some cities around the world. It's still not the case that autonomous driving is reality in our lives as it was promised. And as the AI Act that was also mentioned a couple of times, we need to have definitive statements about the properties of AI, and they need to be grounded, and we have to have some form of guarantee in order to really scale up AI in all these industry relevant applications. And ultimately, there is the need for a certification of AI, and we are working in this area on the technical basis for that. So when we talk about providing guarantees, it's foremost, of course, of the functionality of it. So it must have some guarantee of its actual performance first and foremost, but it also needs to be guaranteed to be safe, secure, and preserve privacy, and it also must be robust and reliable, and that is the space in which trustworthy AI comes into play to sort of come up with measurable guarantees for all these characteristics. And in our program, we came up with 4 approaches to provide these guarantees. And this is kind of a crucial and central slide of my presentation today. So these are guarantees by design, so that we have AI systems that are designed and developed from the very outset with verifiable safety and fairness features. So it's the built-in and by design approach of the guarantees. But that will not always be possible. So the next thing will be to provide AI guarantees by applying tools, systematic testing to ensure the reliability. But then, of course, we need to have by insight, that means that we also have to have technology that makes AI more accessible to people, to have a better transparency. Here the entire domain of XAI, so explainable AI, comes into play. And last, since AI is always also AI for the human at DFKI, we have a strong point also in providing feedback through interaction with the user. So these four elements build the core of our trusted AI agenda and research strategy. And excuse me. Here it's important that we start from the very onset of really have a principal understanding of trusted AI models. So it starts really with a new generation of AI that needs to be put forward. But of course, this is not all. It's from the trusted AI is a truly interdisciplinary field of research where also ethical advances also in how to make ethics operational and to put it into the development of AI is our research starts our institute DFKI is an applied research institute, but we work on the beginning of this value chain, but this cannot be looked at isolated. So trusted AI is something that needs to be done with industry together. So needs to be in a consortium where industry relevant research questions are really tackled, and from the very beginning the standardization and then also the way it is things are certified must be taken into account, and then of course politics and society at large has to be taken into the loop in this entire development in order to make that happen. And the research domains that are most where trusted AI is most needed in Europe and is from our point of view, it starts with autonomous vehicles. That's a very obvious domain, and as a matter of fact, I will talk a little bit more on that later on. But it's also healthcare, industrial automation, and public safety and public security in more general. From the methodological point of view, we have been since 2017, where we first came up with this concept of the digital reality. We are working on the foundations, which is now also been a crucial part in Trust AI. And what we mean with digital reality is sometimes also called digital twins or AI and simulation. But it's really a methodological framework in which we observe reality and we use AI to build partial models that are crucial to build relevant scenarios in which then AI can be tested. And this is one thing that is very important in an important component of our work at DFKI in Trust with AI. I will get back later to that, so I'm rushing over this a little bit here. For DFKI, I don't know if you know the institute, but it's organized in various research departments. So it's really a very large research institute all across Germany, and we have different departments that all have their specialties. We have, for example, language technology, we have neuromechanistic modeling. We are embedded in the department ASR, which is on the top of this graph. It's called Agents in Simulated Reality. So we deal with agentic AI and the link to through simulation. And important in terms of the strategic field of trustworthy AI is that we are really collaborating all across the DFKI on that topic. In this framework, we initiated this. We started the initiative SATEN, and the initiative is a network where we work with others together. It starts on in our own environment on the campus of the Saarland University, which is in Saarbrücken in Germany, where we have several Max Planck institutes. We have Saarland Informatics Campus, which is a very large computer science campus. DFKI is located here, so that is a local cluster where we collaborate. But then, of course, since Saarland is in this triangle of Germany, France, Luxembourg, and Belgium, we have this regional clusters where we work with people together, and then, of course, all across Europe, and InnovAIte is also a part of this larger network that we participate in. So this CERTAN initiative is very well rooted in also large scale European network initiatives that we drive forward. And so what follows is a little bit of an overview of the various researchers that are inside CERTAN and network, and also at the same time an overview on the initiatives of trustworthy AI here. First of all, Professor Slusalek, who is one of the founders of this institute, who is the founders of the initiative. And then Kevin Baum here, who is on ethical development. For example, here a project where we have suggested a moral judge that is in between the environment and the actual agents. Then we have Verena Wolf, who is focusing on mechanistic modeling, so neural architectures and interpretability that comes through the combination of neural learning with symbolic AI. Then we have here. I'm skipping this slide here for the sake of time. We have, for example, Patrick Schamowski from our Darmstadt side, who is working on safeguarding generative AI, in the sense that it for providing guarantees for guardrails, for example, for generative AI models, and that are in between the input of the generic AI model, and also guardrails that are on the output side to make sure that they comply to normative models. Here's some examples. For example, the LavaGuard system that has been developed here at Darmstadt. It is used to make sure that outputs comply to safety rules, where safety is regarded as or is defined as complying to normative rules. For example, checking this system would be blocking this output, since showing a child with a cigarette in the mouth is not compliant, and it's also here in the case this person that is having a weapon in his hand is one of the things that would be filtered out. There are more people involved in CERTAN, and each of these researchers have their own agenda. And now I would like to talk about my own research. So my own research, I'm running a research team on autonomous vehicles, and here it is the question: what does it mean trustworthy AI in the context of autonomous vehicles? So the remainder of this talk will be zooming a little bit onto these questions. And here we have first of all the question of why is autonomous driving so difficult? So why is it that we still have so much difficulties bringing this on the road? And the answer is this distribution, which is often called the long tail or the heavy tail distribution. That means that most driving. So there's a certain number of driving situations that occur very often. That is the green area, but there is a long tail of driving scenarios of very diverse and different driving situations that requires so many data that it is really hard to obtain a robust model through real world driving. For example, here this person that is disguised in a strange suit crossing the street, and this is one of the reasons why we cannot really only deal with real data. We also need to have simulations to train this data, and that's where our methods come into play. And also the question is how can we actually test that, and how can we test that? And here, for example, for autonomous driving, the standards for software in autonomous in vehicles needed to be extended. The ISO 26262 standard that was applied, that is typically applied in vehicle software, cannot be applied in this case. So here, the SOTIF standard, safety of the intended functionality, needed to be developed, and it works with this concept of the known unknowns and the unknown unknowns. That means that the known unknowns are situations that are difficult for the current state of the development, but they are at least known. But the standard also works with unknown. That means it's an acknowledgement that we have still not seen everything, and we need to draw this line here beyond which we simply don't know. And that is, of course, a complete new paradigm for testing software in automotive, where it is scenario based, and we have to make sure that we push this boundary as far as possible. And there's various forms of ways of how these scenarios are built are applied depending on where we are in this distribution. For example, for the green part, we typically use the real data, but for the yellow part, we need to have real data that is modified in the simulation, and ultimately we even have to have AI that generates the data, because otherwise we would not obtain the the diverse set. And of course, we are trading the coverage here with another problem, which is the real to sim gap. So the simulation is never as exactly like the real environment, and we need to again apply AI to cover that. So I don't know how much time I have left, but I would really like to talk about a few of these accidents. For example, the cruise accident in October 2023, and this was an accident that where a person in San Francisco was caught by a vehicle where we had a human driver. So the vehicle with the human driver caught the person, and it was pushed under the autonomous vehicle, and the autonomous vehicle had no time to react properly, and that was one of it almost stopped the entire cruise initiative in San Francisco. So cruise almost as a consequence of this accident almost stopped the entire program, and that is one of the reasons why we believe that, for example, in autonomous driving, the egocentric perception alone is not sufficient. And in our work, we developed a system. I'm skipping now a few slides, but to show you the result video, we were developing a system in which we could combine the perception of two vehicles together. So what you see here is are two vehicles that are driving. One vehicle is driving behind the other, and the point cloud of the LiDAR scanners is through AI are fused to have a joint or a cooperative horizon, so to speak, and through this it is possible to look around the corner, and that is one of the things that we believe is necessary in autonomous driving to add this kind of extra technology and extra horizon to make it safe enough to be applied on the street. This itself is adding to this safety of autonomous driving. But in our research, we also went further. We also looked at how we can make it more robust against adversarial attacks. So we had the case in which, when you have such a cooperative model, when one of the participants of this cooperative networks is attacked, and we develop measures to mitigate the effect of this attack. And there are a few other in the relation of trustworthiness. There are a few other things in autonomous driving that are considered as hot topics, in the sense of a debate of which how to proceed. So I'm sorry. Oh yeah, here it comes. So for example, DFKI has a strong focus on what we call neuro-explicit models, that are sometimes also called neuro-symbolic models. That is a way to have a tight integration of symbolic AI and neural AI for various reasons. One of the reasons is an increased explainability, but it's also proven that that is more robust in many cases versus a pure neural learning. So there are camps, so to speak, that are where where some of them are for just pure neural learning, and some would more be for the neural explicit approach. Then we have one of the things is sticking to the well-known modular pipeline of perception, planning, and action versus an end-to-end learning that has also strong implications to trustworthiness, because the end-to-end learning itself, of course, creates a very large black box, and I have a dedicated slide for that. I will get back to this in a minute. And then the latest development here is how can we integrate vision language models, or even better, vision language action models into this into autonomous driving, and this can look like this. So it's for this slide, the next generation of AI-based autonomous driving architectures. What we had in the classic approach is really that we have perception, prediction, and planning as separate models, and they are separately trained, and we have dedicated AI methods to do that. For example, a convolutional neural network for the perception, or an LSTM for prediction, and then we have some kind of planning, for example, a neurosymbolic planning approach. But then we have, of course, the controllers. And what we had then as the contrast to that was the suggestion to do this all at once. And we had this purely end-to-end approach already a few years ago, in 2016, suggested by NVIDIA to have between the so to speak, between the sensors and the actuators, just one large neural net. This had the advantage, or the reason why this was suggested, is that it is end-to-end optimized. But it had, of course, tremendous drawbacks, because what was the effect here is that we have a very large black box, and the interpretability is lost. So we're moving away from a certifiability of that, or a trust in it, because we simply cannot explain its behavior. And in the recent developments, this has been changed again to a new architecture, in which we try to have an end-to-end. It's end-to-end trainable, but it is still the elements and these models are still existing. So we can still test and verify them as individual components, and that has been a development towards trustworthiness here. And here is also the possibility in this new architecture to have to integrate VLMs in a meaningful way, because VLMs through vision and language encoding can actually be used to inform this chain, that is a new development, and that for the first time we believe we can climb down this long tail distribution to its far end, because the VLMs are trained on an internet scale knowledge and training database, and they can interpret the diverse scenarios which individual machine learning components cannot. But they cannot be used directly to steer the vehicle. So this new architecture would allow to create meta actions out of the VLMs that can inform the end-to-end trained AI of the autonomous vehicle, how to act. And this resembles a little bit this slow thinking, fast thinking idea, so that the we have an explicit framework for executing the trajectory, but we have the VLM that informs that. Time reasons, I skip a little bit the details of this approach, but I would like to also highlight that AI is used everywhere in this chain. So we really have AI not only for to be built in autonomous vehicles, but we also have dedicated AI construction sites, so to speak, that are dealing with the creation of the data, the creation of, for example, modules for the simulation, and also to bridge the real to sim gap. That is called the domain adaptation, and we are working on all of these. So it's an orchestrated effort of AI development towards trustworthiness in this respect. One of these examples that I would like to show is, for example, our work on the protection of vulnerable road users, pedestrians, cyclists, etc., crossing the street. And here we use AI to capture how people cross streets, to develop motion models that are according to the real motion behavior of people. We have a technology to make them behave in traffic scenarios, and all these together is creating this is an AI-driven environment that is towards the creation of trustworthiness here in autonomous driving. I jump to the conclusion to save some time for us. What I would like to conclude on is the following: AI is one of the core initiatives, the assurance core of our vision of environment AI, environment aware AI, that is accompanied by physically grounded simulation-based work and sustainable AI. What we're trying to achieve are formal guarantees, and all these four methods to achieve this is are active research fields. So we have dedicated researchers in all of them. Our digital reality principle that we suggested almost a decade ago is supporting this by simulation-driven validation, as I have been showcasing in the later part of my presentation on autonomous driving. I would like to also highlight the CERTAN as the initiative that unites DFKI and other European partners for this goal. And I hope I could show you some of these examples demonstrated in my own research field of autonomous driving research, to fulfill this vision of AI that operate reliably and sustainable and accountably in its environment. And with that, I would like to conclude my talk, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Miller. Thank you very much for your presentation. We are very happy to have you here, and since we have a time schedule, we need to proceed with the time, so thank you very much again for you having you here. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm not sure whether Dr. Müller could hear me, but, well, we can see a thumb up, so it seems that yes, so thank you very much to him. And let's move on with another presentation on a very similar topic. We have already opened this topic mentioned this topic several times, that will help us understand AI and its limits better. So now I would like to invite Professor Juraj Gazda to the stage.
Juraj, príjemný dobrý deň prajem. Vítajte.
Hello, Juraj. Good afternoon. So, before we get to the topic of AI and your presentation, I have to ask, what is it like to live with your surname? Because Gazda means well, someone who runs, for example, a house, farmhouse, or something like that. So, well, and the professor said that very well. You know, I love my surname. Anyway, so we could see it already when we presented the first session. This was one of the topics. I mean, this general intelligence and its limits. One of the topics that was most interesting to us. So, Mr. Gazda, the stage is yours. Okay, my presentation is in English. So, if I may, if you don't mind, I will switch into English.
My great pleasure, and I feel really privileged to be here today with you and to be the part of this conference. The question is right now, what is the feasible place to stand? So maybe that's the best way. So, okay, so today during this talk, I would like to briefly introduce you the history of the AI, currently where we are standing with the AI and where we are heading to, actually. And of course, I will try to omit all the math details because that would not be so interesting for you, I believe. So it will be really very, I would say, friendly presentation. So first of all, we know that AI, in generally speaking, actually the dawns of the AI can be found or could have been found in the Second World War when actually some predecessors of the AI started to emerge. And then, of course, gradually AI started to progress. There are actually two things, or two milestones I would like to mention, which were the first milestone. It was the Deep Blue, which was the typical representative of the so-called artificial narrow intelligence. Most of you guys who used to play, for example, in the 90s, real-time strategies on first personal computers, most of this AI was actually driven by this narrow intelligence. So it was basically the intelligence, AI or artificial intelligence, designed just for this particular purpose and with no generalization capabilities. And the first landmark of I would say, of this narrow AI was the Deep Blue computer, or I would say framework, which challenged the Kasparov in the game of chess. Kasparov at that time, he was the chess master, world master, actually, and it was the first time when actually AI challenged the master of any table game. Of course, at that time, it was, again, you know, this so-called narrow intelligence, because the evaluation function, which was driving the turns of the Deep Blue, was proposed completely by the human. Actually, it consists of many features like safetiness of the king, number of pieces on board, but everything was fine-tuned by the human. So, and at the end, I think Deep Blue marked the first victory, 3.5 to 2.5, and Kasparov was really upset about that. He blamed that the Deep Blue, it was not actually the AI, it was like a brute force approach and stuff like that. But anyways, this was the first time when the AI beat the chess master, a chess world master like Kasparov, of course. Second milestone I would like to mention is the year 2016, where the project or startup DeepMind challenged the Lee Sedol. He was the Go world master. Go was extremely complex, or still is extremely complex, because compared to the chess, it has much more, in terms of number of positions on board, it's much more complex. When talking about the number of states that could happen in this game, this number is more than atoms in the universe. So it was really unthinkable to even think about proposing AI agent beating Lee Sedol, for example. So in this time, Deep Blue, the guys, they proposed to use, for the first time, very interesting, I would say, phenomena. It was called reinforcement learning, together with the more conventional data set learning. So first of all, at the first stage, the agent was trained on the massive data set, corpus of data set consisting of the previous games of the experts, but that was later fine-tuned by the reinforcement learning concept. Reinforcement tasks. Reinforcement learning is a very complex thing, but long story short, it's like having the child who receives some feedback, either positive or negative. For example, when we are the kids, of course, we still remember when we fall down on the ground, it really gives you a lot of pain. So it's some sort of, say, negative feedback. Of course, when you did something good, actually, or fine, your parents gave you some sweet chocolate or whatever, so it was like more positive feedback. And this is some, I would say, reward, which was driving the way how you interacted with the environment. So here in this case, they implemented reinforcement learning. So the agent, in this case, AlphaGo, was trained against each other, against its copy, and trying to get some information about this game. So for the first time, it started to be really innovative in that sense, compared to, for example, compared to the Deep Blue. So that was another very, very important and really splendid moment in AI. And of course, this massive data set training and reinforcement learning is currently empowering large language models. Most of you are quite familiar with ChatGPT, I think, or Gemini from Google, or Anthropic. And actually, all these systems are based on really massive training, or really huge training on internet scale data, and later fine-tuned by the reinforcement learning concept. So that was actually just a brief mention of the milestones we experienced in the past when talking about the AI. Right now, what are the jagged frontiers of modern AI? The jagged intelligence was proposed by Andrej Karpathy. Actually, he used to study in Bratislava, but also in Košice, one of the most famous colleagues in AI from Slovakia, together with Michal Valko, of course. So he claims that, unfortunately, these days, large language models, they suffer from the jagged intelligence. Jagged intelligence means that in some tasks, LLMs, or large language models, they really excels, like math Olympiads, programming, and so on. But on the other hand, they completely fail in very, very, very easy tasks. For example, this screenshot is taken from Anthropic. Is 9.11 bigger than 9.9? Of course, he's very optimistic, or actually he gives us a really false decision, because he claims that 9.11 is bigger than 9.1, which is not the case, of course. Second thing I want to mention is very recently GPT released GPT-5, and there was another, I would say, tricky problem with GPT-5, because when asking how many times does the letter B appear in Blueberry, of course it's obvious we have only 2 occurrences of B, but actually GPT-5 answers we have 3 times letter B in that word, so which is not correct again. So the question is, how can we rely on LLM, especially in the business context, when we can, from time to time, face these kind of things? And on the top of that, also, another problem which we are currently facing when trying to deploy AI systems in the practice is the fact that they were not trained by its definition, because of its definition, they were not trained on giving you some correct answers for very complex things, like planning and optimization. In the computer science, it's called constraint satisfaction problems. For example, like I need to drive across town, find a route that minimizes fuel consumption. It's typical like use case for the navigation, or schedule a meeting for 2 people with complex overlapping calendars. Or, for example, when you are in Schiphol, you wouldn't handle the operation of Schiphol to LLM when tens of aircrafts are landing and taking off at the same time. So that's the question, what is the boundary? To what certain extent we can trust LLMs, and where we need to dedicate that hard work to some other external tool? So how can we move right now forward with LLMs? That's a good question. So actually the basic concept, which is called agentic AI, is to divide the tasks. First task, or first part of the task, is to understand your prompt, your query. Actually, LLM is perfectly fine with that. So actually, you can ask LLMs to do something, and LLM will, of course, understand or grasp the information you gave to him, and it will generate some data form consisting of all the things you need. And later, the JSON, for example, structured data format, will be sent to some other external tool who will handle the computation of your task. like calculator or some external APIs or planner or whatsoever. By doing that, we can leverage the upsides of both aspects, like understanding the context, and letting for example, complex tasks to be computed at the external tool or the external server. So very, very simple pseudocode, how it looks like. So first of all, we of course ask a very complex question. Then this LLM orchestrator will decompose that prompt or your question to some particular subtasks. Yes? And then it will call some external tools like calculators, APIs, as I said, and will send the dedicated data to that external tool. And then the tool, of course, need to process those data, and LLM will receive the data, synthesize them, and give you the feedback. That's actually this concept is called reasoning plus acting, right? So because we can do that in this loop, and we can, for example, to refine the results and stuff like that. But of course, each calling of the API, each processing of your query costs some money, so we have to be very frugal with our queries. So another problem. So right now we know how to process the data. The problem with LLMs, of course, is the fact that they can't, or they do not have your data available. For example, your confident data and confidential data, of course. And you don't want to, expose those data to the public. So you need to build up your own agents who can process your data. So how can we deal with that? That's the problem right now. One solution how to overcome this problem is the so-called retrieval augmented generation, which is actually the framework invited a couple of years ago. But before we go to this RAG, I would like just to very shortly inform you how are actually being your PDF files processed by the RAG or by LLM in general. So first of all, of course, we have some PDF on SharePoint, of course, of Microsoft. You use Microsoft, you've got all your data located on SharePoint. We need to process those data, those PDF files, and we need to transform those PDF files to the text, raw text. And then another action we need to do, we need to chunk those data. We don't want to work with the large documents. We want to rather work with small parts of the docs, of the text, which could be also overlapping, just to retrieve the information and the context. So we are, unfortunately, the pointer is not working, I think, or it's very small. So we are somewhere here. So we have the text files, chunks, and then we need to tokenize them. Because tokenization is the process where your words are actually broken to some smaller words, like these are called tokens, like subwords, going down even to the alphabet, to the letter of the alphabet, for example. And then those tokens are being processed and moved to the vector domain. So instead of the text, instead of the words, we are working with the vectors. The reason for that, there are many reasons for that, why to deal with the vectors rather than with the tokens, but this is not so important right now. Just keep in mind that we are working with the vectors. This is very, very simple example how it looks like, of course, in the vector space, although in the LLMs we are talking about the hyperdimensional vector space, more than 1,000 coordinates, but here we have just for the readability, we have only 3D space, of course. And after moving to the vector space, we see that the words which have very similar semantic meaning are located or clustered together, like huge or large, right? Or searching or retrieval. That's very important. So it means that the vectors which brings very similar meaning are grouped together. And those words which are not relevant to that cluster are more distant, okay? And so this is basically why our LLMs are working. So that's the most important thing, vector space. So right now we know that all the words are, or all the text, or your text or chunks are being transformed to the vectors. So the question is, how can we work with RAG, as I said? RAG is a very nice example how the RAG works. It's like an open book exam. I believe many of you in the past undertook the open book exam, which means that you enroll to your exam, you go to the class, and you can use whatever you want. All the books you need, you can use them to process the answer for your teacher. The same is being done with the RAG. Okay, so you ask about some information you want to retrieve from your RAG system. our LLM will then search in your vectorized database. And the search is basically being implemented in that way that we compare the vector distance between your question, which is also vectorized, your question, and the chunks you have in your rack. And the rack will find the chunks with the closest distance, which means they resemble or they bear the very, very close information to your question. And then, after taking that chunk, LLM synthesize that and give you the answer. Basically, actually what we can see right now, so this is a very simple toy example. So who discovered penicillin? We can have two chunks in our rack. Penicillin was discovered by Alexander Fleming in 1928 and so on. And the second was Howard Florey and Ernst Boring Chain later developed these methods to mass produce the penicillin. In this case, the cosine similarity was equal to 0.84, and in the latter case, it was 0.82, which means semantically they are very close to each other, and since LLMs operate or have probabilistic nature, it can happen very easily that the LLM will choose the second one, because it's actually all about the probability. And in that case, the answer would be like penicillin was discovered by Florey and Chain during Second World War, which is actually not correct, of course. This is so-called hallucination or fabricating the outputs, which we need to cope with somehow. First thing how to overcome the problem of the hallucination is the concept called re-ranker, which actually extend the functionality of the rack. So, first of all, as I said, we need to find the chunks with the largest cosine similarity. They can be, for example, top 25. Okay, so we've got the chunks, top 25 chunks taken from our rack, from our vectorized database, and then we know that we can have some troubles with the fabrication of the results. So what we actually can implement is the concept called re-ranker. Yeah, re-ranker takes all these chunks, and together with your user prompt, and re-ranker basically is another transformer, which gives you some relevant score, because it processes simultaneously all the racks, all particular chunks, and at the same time also the user prompt together jointly, and it can give you some relevance to your between your query and the particular chunks taken from your rack. I will show later the impact of the existence of the re-ranker. But second thing which starts to emerge these days is also the concept of the graph-based rack. Graph-based rack is very, very nice thing because it actually creates some ontology based on the graph structure. So you just need to let, for example, LLM process all your data, and LLM will be capable of creating some graph where you can have some entities and the relations between those entities. Of course, there are some inherent drawbacks of having this graph-based rack, but somehow in certain situation it can be very useful. So again, let's go back to our toy example. So who discovered penicillin, right? Again, we have our two famous answers from our rack, but after re-rankering, after processing the chunks and our query at the same time by the transformer, in this case it was BERT transformer, as you can see, re-ranker score is extremely high right now for the correct answer, and for the second answer is quite low, which means that most of the time LLM will pick up this one, yes, and will have correct answer. But still, again, from time to time, due to its heuristics, we can get some false results, of course. Another thing, so right now we talked about rack, re-ranker, and graph-based rack. Another solution, how can we empower our proactive chatbots in the enterprises, for example, is, as I said, to deploy some kind of business tools and let the LLM to interact with those business tools. So LLM will process your input, and thanks to its reasoning capabilities, it will ask your external servers, external databases, for example, through API calls to get those information, and later that information will be processed by the LLM. So it's extremely powerful right now to combine the enterprise tools like, for example, SharePoint from Microsoft together with the LLMs. And putting it all together, so we have RAG, graph-based RAG, re-ranker, we have external tools. I just showcased a couple of use cases where we can use latest LLM cutting-edge technology like LLM together with the external tools. For example, customer support automation. So in the RAG, we can put all our past ticket data. So RAG, it would be deployed with all the information you process in the past from your customers. And the tools, and you will also allow the LLM to execute API calls to the customer relation management database. And the bot would be capable of fully resolving common issues, which are currently processed by the first layer support, of course. And second thing is, for example, if you are a data scientist, you can save to the RAG the company's database schema and the key performance, KPIs you are using commonly, and tools. And the tool can write and execute SQL queries to your database. And by doing that, just by writing down the prompt, you will get all the necessary data you want, and the whole process could be completely automatized. So actually, the output or the result would be pretty obvious. So it will lead to the reduction of the manual work, which is actually being seen right now or being witnessed right now on the market, where, for example, demand for the first or second layer support of the programmers is not more needed to that extent as in the past. Okay, so and right now, since I'm running out of time, my vision, how the vision looks like actually in our case, or actually, I mean, in our opinion, actually, instead of having some master agent like we have right now, like GPT-5, we will have more lightweight models that could actually communicate with each other. So it will be more like multi-agent system. Right now we have single agent system. So we have, for example, GPT-5, which somehow delegates the work to the external tools. In the future, there will be more like lightweight models, which will be capable of interacting and communicating with each other. And there will be also some critic, which will assess the answers from the LLMs. And if it identifies some problems, it will inform one of these agents to correct the answer and will ask to refine the output, for example. So it will be more like multi-agent system instead of single agent system, which we have right now. Thank you for your attention. So I made it in time. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Great, we have saved 2 minutes 30. So we only have 2 minutes 20 seconds for questions. Unfortunately, the microphone is not working for the presenter, so we can't hear him well, unfortunately. Okay, now it seems to be working. So if you have questions, feel free to raise your hands or use Slido. It seems there are no questions. So, well, it probably wasn't very interesting, but it was interesting. We even see some thumbs up and smiley faces. So, good job. And now is the time for a round of applause for Professor Juraj Gazda. Thank you very much. And now I would like to thank you for your presence at this morning session. We'll continue in the afternoon. Now it's 12:49. So let's meet at 13:40. So 20 minutes until 2. In the afternoon, we will have 2 parallel sessions in this room: AI for intelligent mobility and buildings, and in the next room, software engineering and insurance. So you can select what is interesting for you. We will continue at 20 to 2, and enjoy your lunch.
Dámy a páni, prosím, pomaly.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please come back so that we can continue.
Dámy a páni, ešte raz zopakujem informáciu.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're still out there in the corridor or you have some colleagues here, could you please let them know, I mean, if your colleagues are out there, could you please let them know that we're going to start again?
Ja vás samozrejme... No, poďme na to, dámy a páni, poďme začať.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's continue. Since we have two parallel sessions, there will be maybe fewer of us here. Here we will talk about AI for intelligent or smart mobility and construction, and in next door we'll be talking about AI-driven software engineering and insurance innovation. And during lunch, I talked to Mr. Gazda, and and we could see that maybe there were still some questions outstanding. I know that no one wants to come here to the front rows, like in the primary school. Nobody wanted to sit in first rows, but since there are not that many of us, if you could maybe come a bit closer, I think it would be better and more interactive if you were sitting here in the front rows. We have a series of 5 short presentations ahead, then a panel debate, and the first topic will be BIM and AI, digital support of energy efficiency. efficient buildings. I would like to invite Mr. Tomáš Funtik from Slovak University of Technology. Well, it's a nice audience here, and I don't know if you would like to use the lectern or this microphone. Okay, there you go. Thank you very much for introducing me and for giving me the opportunity to speak to you. I mean, okay, there's a smaller group of people here, but I think those of you who want to hear about the use of AI in construction, I hope that you will be able to see it and understand from this presentation that I try to prepare for 10 minutes. If I could ask the technicians to share the presentation.
Kresliť tak dobre neviem. Kreslím horšie, ak vyzerám. Skúsim ešte potom ďalší vtip, či sa chytíte. Väčšinou, neviem, či to ešte streamujeme, väčšinou mikrofón treba kvôli tomu, že ľudia, keď sú vonku.
Okay, I don't know whether we're still streaming. But anyway, we still need to use the microphone, obviously, for the interpreters. Okay, I asked what BIM means. I mean, our experience is that some government officials are able to understand it in one evening. Well, I've heard that there was someone, government official who said that he was able to do 1,000 push-ups. Okay, yeah, it was my bad that I started to talk about politics. Okay, I think this is your presentation. You were saved in the right moment. Anyway, as the host said, my name is Tomáš Funtik. I'm from the Faculty of Civil Engineering and the Slovak Faculty of the Slovak University of Technology here in Bratislava. And I've been dealing with this topic for about 12 years, and other topics as well. Okay, time's running, so let's talk about BIM and also building energy modeling and artificial intelligence. So you know that I'm from the Faculty of Civil Engineering, and maybe I'm not an expert in AI. I'm more of an expert in civil engineering, but we are one of those who have tried to discover AI and try to use AI to make our work easier and to be more efficient and to produce better quality results. So BIM, Building Information Modeling, ISO 19605 Slovak standard. So this is a structure of information, and there's certain misunderstanding that BIM will solve something instead of us. No, BIM can offer a reliable source for us to make responsible decisions. So it will offer structured information about the project so that you or another expert can take a decision. So we use BIM for various purposes. For example, in projecting, we have also use cases in the construction itself, like you can see here. So what has been projected compared to what is there in reality. So you can imagine how it is used. For example, the technological supervisor of the investor. Sometimes those people who didn't study civil engineering, they don't understand certain things, but thanks to BIM, they are able to grasp the concept more easily. For example, IT people, maybe they want to do to try to find a solution, but with them the biggest issue is that the client is not able to articulate his or her requirements. And the same goes for construction. So BIM, then facility management, it's used there as well. So we can use the information about the building, the purpose of the building, all kinds of data for the facility management. And what's important is interoperability. This is the key that allows us to exchange data between various software platforms and to share the information between different stages of the life cycle, between suppliers or the members of the work team. In brief, IFC is industry foundation classes, floors, windows, etc. I mean, it creates a structure of information about the building, which you can use further. And this is not possible to be done from PDFs. And I'm not saying that with AI you wouldn't be able to discover whether there's a window or something else, but it's quite demanding. And so we predefine a clear structure, and this is defined also by an EU standard. All the producers have it available. This is one of the standards that is open, available freely, because usually you have to pay for the standards. So thanks to this, IFC, the members of the team can communicate and work together. For example, the architect or and the technical supervisor, etc. So it's about the good setup of the work floor. So BIM is a good basis for maximizing the effect of sustainable energy skills. This is what we're dealing with in this project, so that we have the structure of information about this building, and that's when we can use advanced analytics or maybe AI to optimize something. Because the biggest issue in construction is that with the usual procedure, you are not able to maybe do everything. I mean, regarding optimization. Optimization starts to be addressed only once you build something, and then you say, aha, I can change maybe the setup of something, but some things cannot be changed or adjusted and are more costly, obviously. I would like to tell you that what's good about the environment in Slovakia is that the models of the buildings are created, quite often, and 36% of the market declares that they do models of buildings. So one third of buildings or structures in Slovakia has a digital model. So once you have this information, I mean, you can use it later on. And who has most information about the building? So the one who constructs this building. So once the building, imagine the building is there, the builder, the construction company hands over the building to the administrator, and sometimes the administrators don't know that much about the building. I would like to show you this evolution curve from 2017. So you can see buildings up there, and also infra buildings. So there is an increasing trend in other European countries. The use is wider, also perhaps because there is a strategy that requests the BIM to be used in some public contracts because it allows to optimize the cost. It's a transparent tool, and it enables to achieve higher quality already in the preparation stage. So the market is ready, and what can we do about it in terms of energy? So here we have BIM energy modeling. Once the project person has the model, goes through the geometry, and already in the initial stages, the architect or the person responsible for the project can go through all that information. I know how what is the surface where there will be windows, what type of roof there is, what type of heating will be used, central heating or local heating. So I can do that just by using BIM in projects. And in a traditional manner, you would have to do some visualizations and drawings, but you wouldn't have this comprehensive information about the building. And then someone, maybe an energy specialist, would have to remodel everything, find out the information about this building. And what do we need about the building, information about the shape, elements, the system, operational profiles, hours, temperature. So, and that's the data that we have. There are databases that speak about the heat profiles or other data, and you can do advanced analytics. So once we have a building projected, so we address the issue of energy. For example, if we change the size of the windows in this information model, I can change all the windows at the same time, change the geometry. That way, I change the surface that is covered by windows, and I can recalculate the consumption demand during the year, because I have the data about the weather, the climate, etc. So just to demonstrate this quick change. So I don't want to just show you that the change is done more quickly and the client can see it more quickly, but also I can calculate or I can change the energy calculation. So, okay, we will skip these slides. And what we can see here, we can find out what is the energy consumption weekly or monthly, etc. So the BIM is an enabler that allows us to do it this way, but we want to push it forward and want to use it to identify various correlations and to optimize certain processes.
And we are not even mentioning the fact that we have some complex geometry. We are still talking about the architecture inside, but all of this it's very hard to get this included into the calculations. So what are we doing today using AI? We know very well that in construction there's a lot of waste. And by that we don't only mean literal waste, but also energy waste, because of repeated activities, extra labor, and a lot of this waste energy, so to speak, is in buildings, because we burn more energy that's actually necessary. Already today we are able to use AI to optimize the design of a building. We have some typical layout, but you can see nice typological layouts and floor plans. We've had thousands of them. So we know if it's a bedroom, it should have certain dimensions. If it's a toilet, it should have certain dimensions, and so on. So this is what we use. What we can also do is to optimize the sizes of individual rooms, for example, based on CO2. So if we know that the maximum depth of where sun gets is 6 meters, that's what we can do, and we can optimize this even in terms of light conditions. So we can have sun exposure, CO2, which can be all considered in these models, and we have dozens of individual layouts that can be utilized. What we are focusing on in this project is that we often don't have anything about a building. So we have AI tools which can transform a plan, a 2D plan, which is scanned or which is in PDF, and transform it into a 3D model, and it can be then further optimized. When you have the model, then we can connect BIM with sensor data. This is part of WP4. We want to visualize everything so that we know which building section is inefficient, so that the manager of the building can say, here I burn more energy than in the other parts of the building, and we can find out why. This will be also dealt with within the project. We have partners to do this because we don't feel to be the experts for everything, but we can use these data and these tools to communicate about this. We see the architecture, which is connected to sensors. They give you information about the temperature, CO2, or anything else that you want to sense or detect, and then you can use the data and visualize them and then deal with them. Because we have structured information about the structure, about the building, we know whether it's a room in the corner, whether it's somewhere on the edge, and so on. And so we can transfer these data to someone else to perform further analysis or evaluation using AI. And that's what we want to achieve in this project. These solutions based on BIM and AI should bring savings already in the design phase, so that the findings that we have from operation will be then implemented into tools that can help architects design a better building, or for those who already have an existing building, can find out what changes can they do to improve the efficiency of the building. That's all I wanted to tell you today, and if you have any questions, I will be more than happy to answer. Thank you. Let's take a look at Slido. It's still active, but there are not many people, so you can just raise your hand and ask a question live. So if you have any questions, please raise your hand. Well, it doesn't seem to be the case. We can talk to Professor Gazda because the two of us didn't have any questions. Well, we'll have the panel discussion after the presentations, and it will be the ideal time to discuss everything. So thank you very much, Mr. Funtík from the Slovak University of Technology.
Budeme pokračovať v našich prednáškach ďalej.
We'll continue with the next presentation. The next gentleman, I encountered this name for 2 months in a film location, but today we meet on the stage. Mr. Ivan Golian, welcome. I don't know if you know that the movie General Golian is being recorded, but its general was included in the Slovak National Uprising, involved in the Slovak National Uprising, so in a year your name will be everywhere. But now we are going to talk about edge devices and their use in buildings to increase security and visibility of usage status. I don't know if you want to use the mic or the other mic. Well, the mic is yours. Thank you very much. I have a device that I brought and I want to show it to you. Now for General Golian, 2 years ago they asked me and my family whether we agree with the film, and so we know about it. But this morning both Adela and Saifa talked about this. So an introduction. Mother camel is talking to her child camel. Mom, why do I have so large eyelashes? And the mom says, it's great if you travel through the desert for thousands of kilometers, the sandstorm won't affect you. Why do I have the 2 bumps? Well, if you walk for thousands of kilometers, it will help you and you won't need food. And why do I have a membrane? Well, you'll see when you walk 3,000 kilometers through the desert, it will help you. And the child says, well, I have one more question. Why do I need this in the zoo? So now I'm going to talk to you about what you can use edge devices for. For example, the one that you have in the audience.
My sme účastní VP5 a budem rozprávať o platforme, ktorá sa volá
So now I'm going to talk about a platform called AI Analytics. I'm going to talk about where it's used and why do we need it. I'm going to talk about the platform itself, about the hardware stack, software stack, and if we have some time left, then I'm going to talk about the use cases as well. Edge devices. Well, there are two most common ways how you can use AI or something else where you can work with videos. On the one hand, you have smart cameras with the pros and cons. On the other hand, we have a cloud solution also with its pros and cons. And somewhere in the middle, we have the edge devices. These could be included in the client's infrastructure, and if they are designed and installed well, they should address the basic benefits of the system. The device that is there circulating amongst yourselves is from an OpenEdge AI architecture. I think you know what an edge is. This device is installed in a client infrastructure. This is the device that's circulating, and it's one of the products in our product line. Edge devices, as such, have the following benefits. They don't need huge bandwidth for the uplink of large-scale video data. They have low latency, and because of the development in chips, they have huge efficiency and performance in edge. They can work with various sensors. They are extremely fast compared to cameras, and the capacity that they have in terms of chips, well, we have analysis for behavioral aspects, and you can never have them in smart cameras. So there are many advantages. So the benefits of the edge architecture are huge. Now for open architecture, this device of ours enables the integration of specific datasets and specific neural networks and custom solutions. So if a client has the skills, they can develop this on their own data. They don't need to share their own data with anyone. And they can use their own data to train their own models, their own neural networks, that they can integrate into their own edge device. So this is what OpenEdge AI means. And on the basic level, this device is able to analyze IP cameras without any smart features, but they can also work with smart cameras. For instance, we have a client who has roughly 2,000 cameras. 15% of those are smart, from 5 suppliers, and each supplier has their own managing software, and 1,750 cameras are not smart. And they came to us saying, I want all the cameras to be smart, and I want to have only one management system, whether the camera is smart or not, and no matter what supplier the camera is from. So this is exactly what this tool is designed for. Perhaps something about this device. Edge devices of this type or of another type, their biggest advantage is that they have the so-called project investment mode. So the client calculates that the replacement of cameras would cost 5 million, but they don't need to do that. They can have the existing cameras, and this device will turn them into intelligent and smart cameras. These can This device can also perform the virtualization. So it works with the cameras 1 to 4 during the day in a certain mode, then at night they change into a different mode. They are turned into thermal cameras, or they work with drones or the inputs of different type, not only video. For example, microphones or various other types of chips. I mean sensors. This is this sensor that it enables multi-sensor fusion. These devices are also ideal for use in research activities because they are highly mobile, have high performance, and they are extremely practical because they are lightweight. You can take them anywhere, you can leave them anywhere. They don't need any server room, they don't need any data. We have a client who told us we want this, but it can't work on the internet. It needs to be separate from the internet because they have some operations which are physically disconnected from the internet and nothing else works there. The cloud solutions are not working. Smart cameras, usually also the data travels to the Far East. So they needed devices that are able to work in an isolated standalone mode. And no other devices than edge devices are able to do that. You can leave the device on the chair. I will go that way when I go home. Now for hardware stack, in this device we work with the NVIDIA chips. We are part of the interception program by NVIDIA. Some time ago, 5, 6, 7 years ago, we got a device that had a serial number with 001. So we asked NVIDIA what that meant, and they said, "You are the first in Europe with this device from us." So since then, we are part of the Inception program, where we have access to NVIDIA products. For instance, in this box, 1 tera NVM disk and Jetson AGX Orin with the basic parameter of 270 tera operations per second. 270 per second. You can have a farm of the best performing PCs and you won't get to this performance. And its consumption is 40 watts. So we tried it in transport means, in cars. So it has very small power consumption and high performance, so only 40 watts.
Of course, also the scalability of hardware is different. For example, this device can do 18 full HD streams, 30 frames per second, 18 by 30, about 500 frames per second. So various neuron networks, because for camera number 1 we can have one neuron network, for another one another neuron network. So frames per dedicated neuron network. So the performance is amazing. So 18 by 30 frames per second. It can decode and analyze per second and go through neuron networks and to get the output that adapted to the needs of the customers. And so these are some of the edge benefits. As regards software, it's maybe a bit more complicated, but I'll try to be brief. We use YOLOV 11 I think all of us who use neural networks, we use with NVIDIA network is that have a deep stream workflow, and it allows us in every step of the process to add new cameras, functionalities, networks, SDKs. You can add thermos as well in the whole stream. And that device, since it is custom built, we work with technologies like CUDA for optimizing of the performance for GPU with a PyTorch. That is a platform for development and testing of neural networks and Tensor RT. Again, a tool that we use to optimize neural networks in its depth and width so that they can run in edge devices. So all this software stack. Basic functionality of this device is very simple. So you just connect it to a switch where cameras are connected, or maybe to one camera, and the process is the following. The device automatically maps the cameras that are connected to it, and you take camera 1 and, well, you say, okay, this is an anomaly that I want to have information about, and you just click on it, and camera number 2, again, this is the anomaly that I want to have information about, and it in alert or alarm pipeline, the device informs you about the possible anomaly and loitering, overcrowding, etc. So all that is there, you can tick the box, in which part, in which section, where I have how many people have entered, how many have left, if there is a lorry or not. So all this functionality is embedded in this device. And the second production stream that we have is a specific development. We do loitering, for example, in front of an ATM machine during a certain time. There are 2 people and 1 car for more than, I don't know, 30 seconds, and the system tracks the duration and sets a certain alarm. Or, for example, violence detection. It identify physical conflicts or aggressive behavior in monitored areas, for example, like public transport, or tampering detection. We received an assignment from the client who, with 2,000 cameras, needed to check whether the image that the camera was, whether the image was correct, whether it was blurred or frozen, and on all those cameras, because they needed to check that, and they needed to check the people who were in charge of the cameras, who were in charge of the images. So we developed it, and there was a KPI that the device couldn't work on the internet. It had to be isolated, so everything had to be embedded, and the cycle needed to take only 5 seconds, not more. Before, it would take 2 months with 2 people, and now it's just 1 machine that takes 2 hours. So the return on investment was maybe 2 months. And here you can see a device that can do self-assessment. There are dozens of parameters like heat, performance, CPU, GPU, the use of the system disk and other 30 parameters that we measure by default. And then there is another device that is installed about 10,000 kilometers from Slovakia, and it notifies us if there is any problem detected, and proactively we can make changes to that device, even if it's 10,000 kilometers from Bratislava, where we from where we make surveillance or monitoring. And here, I think we made an analysis, I don't remember, 3 or 4 years ago, probably in South Africa. So an analysis of people's movement from the security point of view. And then another thing, here we measured various parameters, the number of people entering. And there was one more video, but probably couldn't be played. Well, and that's all. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Mr. Golian, thank you very much. And it's a privilege to have also the relative of the general, the hero of our Slovak national uprising. So, okay, there was a comic situation, I think a video where some colleagues persuaded a female colleague that all the internet was in an IT small box. And now I would like to invite Marek Vancho, who will be talking about the use of AI in combination of image processing on the roads and further possibilities of improvement. Which microphone would you like to use? Okay. The stage is yours. Thank you very much for coming here and for choosing this time and place. And thanks in advance for your attention. I'm a representative of the Canex company, and our aim as part of the WP5 is the development of data sets and the application of synthetic data that would improve and increase traffic safety or systems that have to do with infrastructure maintenance and traffic incident detection. So analysis of images from camera points. In my presentation, I would like to address very briefly, because Petr Strakoš already talked about it from IT4I, about some development tasks. Then I will talk about the platform we develop, then static and mobile solutions, so vehicles versus some pylons, then integrations that are key for integrating the data we collect, and then further steps related to our development tasks, and that at the end of this research project should significantly improve the identification of objects we identify at the moment. So these are the basic tasks we have for traffic situations. We have certain tasks related to the detection of objects that are not easily detected as part of the data we collect through cameras on motorways or first-class roads, and from urban environment or also from maintenance vehicles. So this development, at the end of the day, should offer a bigger set of tools so for collecting different type of data than is collected now in a standard way. And our platform, Common Point AI, is a commercial platform, and it is divided into two, I don't know, purposes, we could say, and both purposes merge in roads or the topic of roads. So the first platform focuses on smart city, and it stems from two premises. So the first premise is that the waste collection vehicle is equivalent to a Google Street View vehicle, but it can also have technology that can get to any part of the city, maybe 2 or 3 times a week. And that way we can get the data that can be further analyzed. And the second premise has to do with the cameras or the technology that we do not perceive primarily as a camera collecting images, but it's a rather multi-sensor working like a human brain or a human eye, and it can relentlessly collect and identify objects and phenomena in time and space. So a smart city is also broken up into various parts. The first one includes road surface defect detections, like potholes, or I mean, they can be classified according to size or according to a place where they are, either on the road or on the pavement. And also, we detect manholes, so they can be detected very well, and there are very few cases where there are cases or notification of damage or missing manholes. So thanks to synthetic data from WP5, we can get that type of information as well. And here we have a video of what it looks like from the vehicle. Don't worry, it's not Slovakia, it's Kazakhstan, where we have some projects, but okay, maybe it reminds you of Slovakia in some aspects. So here you can see what we can detect. There are some potholes, manholes, or some other associated objects and categories of objects. So the collection of data is done directly in the vehicle. The data stored, or the records from the cameras are stored in the vehicle. During the night in the depot, they are transferred to the analytical server, and they are ready for processing for the analysts in the morning. So it's not just about visualization and the collection of data. Well, anyone can collect the data, but to provide the final information, I think that is the biggest issue or the biggest challenge we face. What else do we have here? Other elements that can be found in urban environments. So this is Nové Mesto nad Váhom, medium-sized town here in Slovakia. And so graffiti or vandalism or missing traffic signs or how many trees there are. They want to have in a separate layer, they want to have information on whether they have correct information about the pylons, about the lighting. So we can collect that information and send it to their systems, which can process it. Part of it is also management. We have, for example, something in Michalovce, an interesting solution. It was our pilot project about 3 years ago. And just to sum it up, the types of detections and objects that we have. So again, a waste collection vehicle, and we can detect also waste containers by size and color. Now we have a project during which we will put labels on those containers, and those labels will use as a support identifier if, for example, the chip that is a primary identifier is damaged. So we increase the identification, or we improve the identification of that container. Then another solution has to do with motorways. It's a bit a different thing. I mean, there are static camera sites deployed across the motorway network. So cameras are on pylons. These systems are quite standard, and AI has introduced quite a high accuracy of detection and distinguishment, about 98.2% of accuracy of detection. We also have detection of weather. For example, this is an important thing we start with, whether it's waste collection vehicles or these static points. First of all, we need to know in which environment they are. What is the environment before the analysis. If there is snow cover on the road, we won't be doing detection of potholes. We can analyze something else that has nothing to do with the road service. In that time, we can analyze maybe fuel liquids on the road or something else, or if we have information about the surface temperature, we can also see whether there is maybe frost on the black ice on the road.
So what we primarily use for the detection or to get the specific outputs, well, how it happens. First we have a camera which collects data. Then we identify objects. Then they are processed by a tracker that assigns the object a trajectory in space and time. Then we have outputs in structured metadata, and they go through a third-party system or our web client. Then we have some contextual searching, so we have VLM models that are implemented, and they help us to search specific information connected to the number of objects in an image, the direction of movement of certain objects, for instance. For instance, I can say, find 20 vehicles that turned left. So it's easier to use the VLM model. Again, some demonstrations from D4 and R7 when we have the most robust solution implemented. You can see that a gentleman was having a jog on a bridge. Here we can see a vehicle in reverse. So these neural networks help us to detect even these blurred objects. So even in darkness, it's easier to detect. So we are highly successful in detection. Here you can see the same area, and during the day another car reversed and turned around. It's going to be quite an interesting statistical piece of information, because it seems this is happening quite a lot. And based on this information, some more signs were installed, so to inform the drivers that the specific exit from the highway is in that specific place, so that they know well in advance that they need to take a right turn if they want to exit. Now, many companies collect data, and there are many tools to do it. But the most complex situation is when you are trying to provide an output for the end consumer, so that they get clear data, so that they can have a methodology, or you can provide them with a methodology for a situation. So this is not only about collecting data. It's not about only collecting data, but we can give them a filter. For instance, take a look at these potholes. That's not all. We are trying to work with companies that are able to bring added value to our data. First of all, we have our system, which is rather new. Operators working with this system have various layers, whether it be the map background or the interaction for the training. The fact is, we are not perfect. We make mistakes for the detection, and the operator can send us a piece of information that this was detected incorrectly, for instance, and then we use that to perfect our neuron networks so that we avoid similar situations in the future. But what's even more important for us is the integration with third-party systems, Royce, for instance. This is a system where we send the information about the type of a pothole. We can detect its size, the position in the space. And the platform provides a service organization or a road management organization information about how much the pothole would cost, which areas are the worst in terms of potholes and which should have higher priority for any repairs. And then we also provide information about what activities need to be performed to remove the pothole. So there are specific tasks for road managers or specific people dealing with the repairs. For example, you can reserve funds that need to be allocated to remove the potholes. So this is a complex system that works with the outputs. Another integration platforms that we encounter and are quite significant currently, perhaps not in Slovakia, but we already have some pilot projects, but in Europe these are much more widespread. CITS is one of them. These are cooperative information traffic systems. This might be a step before smart mobility or autonomous mobility, where you have elements in the infrastructure, but also in the vehicles which communicate with various standards, 5G and other, and this is an exchange of messages between the operative center and the drivers and other participants in the traffic. We are able to detect specific traffic incidents, for example, a car stopping, a car driving in the wrong direction, animals on the road, and then this information is provided for the central platform, and then they are shared with the road users. And in the future, if we have the L3 or L4 autonomous traffic, these camera systems will serve as supplementary cameras to provide more data to help the vehicles decide of how to behave. Then we have SCADA systems commonly used in highways, and then ERP systems, for instance, in Michalovce. We are currently working on the implementation with the aim of using data from waste collection vehicles. This can be also used to control construction works. If I see a scaffolding somewhere, then I can find in the system whether the owner has or doesn't have a building permit. So we can warn the municipal office, the local council about this, and they can deal with that if there is no building permit. So we have complex data in terms of video. This is saved, and they can do these inspections from their office without the need of traveling to that specific location. So this can be used in construction as well. Now, if we are talking about vehicles, we have hardware which goes hand in hand with software. These are not out-of-box solutions. We really needed to spend a lot of time to develop a device which can communicate with the satellites so that we can set a specific location. Thanks to homography, the precision of the detection of an object is 40 to 50 centimeters. Sometimes it's just 10 centimeters. So this is extremely precise in terms of specifying the location of an object in space. This is needed because if I detect a specific pothole when driving a car, so if I drive through the same section again, I don't continue collecting that data because this has already been detected and the pothole is already recorded somewhere. This is a connection to what we do with IT4I, for AI, why it's important to create new neural networks from synthetic metadata. Some of the situations happening in real life are not as common, so that we don't have enough data to be able to train a neural network to make it usable in real life. So, for example, if we need to identify a traffic accident, there is no other way than doing it through a digital twin, to put it simply. So it's a digital scene of the real environment. So there is no other way to do this. So yes, we have the 3D twin. We introduce missing manhole covers, for instance. So we create a synthetic environment that we use to generate synthetic data sets that are then labeled automatically or manually, and this is then used to produce neuron networks. But these are the next stages of research, and we will see whether this is successful and whether the generated synthetic data sets from synthetic data are precise and usable in the real world. This is an example. My time is running out, so I'll be very fast now. This is an example of a data generation of a data set simulating a traffic accident. This is then annotated and then used to create a package of data, synthetic data, and then it's used in and verified in the real world. I think I can conclude this because I'm out of time. Thank you very much. You're very nice. It's glad to hear that you respect my pleas for sticking to the time. So are there any questions? We don't need to use a Slido. If you want to ask anything, just raise your hand. Can I have one question? I personally thought that smart cities means that a city has some touch screens, that the lightings are optimized. And you mentioned potholes, traffic accidents. Are local governments actually using this, or is it just a database and it's not really used in practice so far? Yes, in some cities this works, specifically in Michalovce. We already have the second stage of this project. In Nové Mesto nad Váhom, this is also the case. I mentioned D4R7, this is not a local government, but it's again something managed by the state. So yes, it's working. And I'd say this helps the local governments, and we see that ourselves, because people who dealt with the planning of tasks and identifying the objects as such can now do some other tasks, and only one person is planning instead of three people. Of course, this is still in its infancy, and we are trying to perfect it, but these will be the tools that larger towns and cities won't be able to live without. So perhaps sometime in the future, traffic lights, green or red lights, will the AI be able to adapt this in real time based on the actual traffic? So I live in Bratislava, so for instance, if in Baikalska there's a traffic accident, they can prolong the green interval so that cars can have a smoother ride through the city. Well, this is already CITS. I would like to invite you to Brno, perhaps, where this is already working. For example, priority for ambulances. There are units in ambulances that can control traffic lights. Of course, they can't turn all the traffic lights red because they would block the whole city. But something can be done already. All the information generated by vehicles, this is then communicated between vehicles. For instance, if a vehicle is braking suddenly, 5 vehicles in front of me, the vehicle 100 meters in the back gets the information as well. So these things are already being implemented in the real world. We might touch upon that in the panel discussion, but this is more about transport. Yes, AI will be managing it, because the human factor in the transport is the worst thing that can be, and the more automated it is, the better. Thank you very much for the information. You also mentioned the panel discussion, but first, 2 more presentations. The next topic, using AI for stimulating pedestrians as a basis for training autonomous vehicles. Andre Antakli.
Hello, nice to meet you. So probably this is the time when I would just... The presentation will be in English, right? Yeah. So maybe teraz v tejto chvíli, ak ste náhodou nepoužívali...
Okay, so now if you maybe haven't used the headsets, perhaps now is the time to go and get them if you want to understand it in Slovak. So channel number 2.
Do you want this mic or you want to use the both? Okay, use this one. Okay. Tak dámy a páni, Andre Antakli, nech sa páči.
All right. Thank you very much. You were probably here when my colleague Dr. Müller mentioned or talked about autonomous vehicles and how we want to train it or train them, and that we need simulated pedestrians for that purpose, because maybe what is no sorry. Exactly. So we want to simulate pedestrians because we don't want to harm anybody for critical scenarios. And to do so, we of course have to understand how a pedestrian is working or behaving, and what kind of factors are involved in its behavior. And of course, we have internal and external factors here, like intentions, social connections, interests, and swarms, and all of this has to be somehow covered in such a simulation. And if we look a bit deeper into the topic, we can identify, let's say, 3 layers of behavior. So we have, for example, the strategic layer, which is, let's say, the overall or global planning of how to reach a target. Just imagine you're using Google Maps, and then you type in the target, and then you get 3 optimal paths or routes to it. When you now sit into the car and want to apply this route on the local circumstances, that would be the tactical behavior, and by steering the car and so on with your hands and using your hat to sense everything, that would be the operational one. And now my goal is to go into each and show some of our work, or at least some ideas how to use AI to cover all of those strategies, or layers, and then at the end I will present an overall simulation. First of all, the human being is an agent, right? So an autonomous entity perceiving the environment, makes some decisions where to go, and then we are acting or interacting with the environment via some actuators. So we are following here the percept, deliberate, act loop, so to say, and to do so we need some, let's say, approach called agents here. And I'm not talking about LLMs, I'm talking about the whole concept of agents, which is decades old now. And the interesting part is, of course, the decision-making thing here, so at the end, the behavior generation. For behavior modeling, of course, AI, or there are a few or a lot of possibilities to model such a behavior. For example, using action planning, neural networks, rule-based approaches, or even state machines. One of such an example of action planning or state machines is used, or we use it for global navigation. So what I mentioned with Google Maps, getting first of all a route. One, let's say, cousin of state machines are the so-called behavior trees. Behavior trees are originating from the gaming industry and now heavily used in robotics. In general, it's a combination of hierarchical task networks and finite state machines. It is a tree, obviously, and it is executed in a depth-first search manner, so from top to bottom and from left to right. The inner nodes are there to control the inner execution of such a behavior tree, and the more important things are the leaf nodes, where we are checking the state of the agent, updating its knowledge, and then interact with the environment. And these behavior trees we used, first of all, to control a pedestrian here. And what we recently developed within a bachelor thesis is, let's say, this editor where we can define such scenarios simply via drag and drop entities like cars, obstacles, or pedestrians. We can connect them with predefined behaviors like this one, and then we translate it into an actual Carla simulation, as you can see here on the right-hand side. So at the beginning, the guys or the girl is following this purple line, then the car is approaching, we are firing an event, and then we are changing the behavior here to, don't risk anyone. Behavior trees are great if we know the situations we want to cover with some behavior, but at the end, if we want to, or if we are in a more dynamic environment, we have to also dynamically generate some behaviors based on the target or goal we want to reach. So action planning is here a thing we should use. Beside of strips or PDDL, we can also use some logical approach like answer programming. But first of all, we have to define, let's say, the domain or the knowledge about the domain. And here we have a simple street configuration. We assume here is a pedestrian and his goal is to reach this part. And now we do some route planning. All of this can be defined as rules, as we see here, and even the planning algorithm is covered with those, how many? Yeah, 3 rules. At the end, what we can get is a all of the possible routes we can generate. So first of all, we have the shortest one here, which is risky, or the longest would be that one, but still we have a lower cost than here in route 2. The reason is because there are points of interest which might be lowering, let's say, the field cost of this detour. This video is actually not running. Do I do this? Like this? Oh. That's wrong. I broke everything. Sorry. So at the end, you would see in the video that simply a pedestrian is crossing this street using the last route. So this one, and yeah, it's not very entertaining at the end. Let's go to the tactical part. So here, as I said, we have a route now, and now we have to apply it to local circumstances, so avoiding obstacles, and dynamically react to other dynamic entities in the scene. To realize, let's say, a more realistic trajectory, where we can rely on is, for example, steering behavior rules. This approach is quite old, let's say 15 years or even more. At the end, these rules are simple equations calculating the steering and the velocity of the pedestrian by incorporating external factors like obstacles and how they are influencing those. And now I hope this video is okay. So what we see here is the adaptation of those rules within the simulation. We can run those rules in this behavior tree. We can also dynamically define the influence of how far the guy should go, depending on social connectivities and so on. We can even simulate a drunken guy and can make him also more drunken, that gets important later on. So here we have now a more drunken guy. This guy is now sober and is able to avoid other obstacles here, static ones and now dynamic ones. And what I have to say is here the blue guys are actually controlled by the Unity game engine. And here now we are producing a critical scenario. The child is following the mother. The mother wants to go to the bench, and the child is seeing this drunken guy get forced away and producing a critical scenario. And at the end, what we have is a multiplication of multiple social forces. So we have the force towards the mother, but the drunken guy forces the child away, which leads to this critical scenario. Of course, we can use more advanced technologies or approaches like reinforcement learning. These guys are driven by the Unreal Engine. I'm not sure if they kissed or if that was an accident. Actually, we, in a master thesis, we developed such a reinforcement learning architecture, defined multiple reward functions, for example, that it is important to react to the shoulder movement of the opponent to get an idea where the opponent will walk through. So all of this was covered by some reward functions. We also tested multiple perception modules like voxel-based perception, sector-based perception, or depth camera perception. And at the end, the robots were able to avoid each other more precisely. I think the most intuitive and easiest way to implement reinforcement learning is Q-learning or Q-tables. Such a Q-table looks like this. So we have on the top side all possible states, and on the left-hand side we have all possible actions. And depending on the Q value update here, we get the best action for each situation. And now assume again we are in this crossing situation, this guy should learn how to cross the street in a heavy, in a street with a lot of cars. We define a reward function for walking, less for running. Waiting is also even less, and if we have a collision, then we have to have a very high or low reward or minus reward to teach the pedestrian that he should prevent this. So at the beginning, the guy somehow manages to get collided by each car, but after 22,000 episodes of doing exactly this, he is able to, let's say, safely cross the street. I wouldn't call it safely, you will see it why, but at least he get not hit by any car. So this is what I'm meaning. I would run, actually, but the algorithm or the Q table was able to bend hits, even that one was very close. Good. Another way of machine learning is not based on statistics, but on logic. So it is called inductive logic programming. We are actually using rules to define, let's say, this situation. So we have a child observing older people at the street, how they are using a traffic light to get safely to the other side, and everything is, as I said, defined as logic rules. So even the observations where we have positive and negative observations are defined as rules. So for example, the one observation would be that the child sees that a traffic light is green, but not at the same time red. And in that case, we can, or in that manner, we can define those observations and create a hypothesis, or at the end, the logic model, which are these sets of rules. The lower ones are defining actually the behavior of the traffic light, and the upper ones are defining what is happening if we have an interaction with such a traffic light. And the interesting thing here is, this trained model is not a black box, it is a glass box, meaning that it explains it by itself. And using this, let's say, explainability, we are able to generate at the end, out of those models, dynamically a behavior tree which can also dynamically be executed in the simulation. And this is done in the Unreal Engine. Sorry, I have to press play. So here we have the child, some other pedestrians using this the traffic light, and after, I guess, 12 or 14 rounds, we were able to dynamically generate those hypotheses and then execute a generated behavior tree based on that. I cannot move on, and due to the time remaining, I will simply skip that. You have to believe me that at some point the child is able to simply cross the street based on the observations. The operational layer, so the movement. Here what we did several years, or let's say 2 or 3 years ago, we made a cross-cultural analysis with colleagues from Japan, and the idea was, well, since there was never a direct study comparing both cultures, let's do it. And to do so, we set up this VR environment. So the guy is wearing multiple motion capture sensors and a VR headset, and what he is seeing is actually the view on the right-hand side. So in this study, we had in total 120 participants, 60 per country, and each participant had to go, I guess, 30 times, or cross the street 30 times in different setups. And at the end, what we got was a huge data set having all the motion data, the trajectories, and so on. What can we do with this? Well, we can plot those nice looking images. So on the left hand side, I guess, yeah, these are the Japanese ones. So in general, it doesn't look that different. But what we found out is that Japanese pedestrians are waiting 3 times longer to cross the street than the Germans does. The reason is the gap acceptance. So in Japan, they are waiting until, let's say, the distance between 2 cars are 15 meters. In Germany, 5 meters are fine. And what we also do with such a data set is we simply generate our own motions. On the right-hand side, this is our motion model, and on the left-hand side, we have the Carla default motion. And I assume that the right-hand side looks a bit more realistic than the left one, even if he is sliding here and there. Now, all together. We had another, let's say, project where we did some imitation learning. Here we had on the left-hand side the training setup like before, so actually we used simply the outcome of that cultural study, and on the right-hand side we have this architecture where the agent in the middle used action planning and behavior trees to generate the strategic layer, which defines then, of course, the next targets. This is then sent to our imitation learning environment called InfoSailGale, which is calculating or creating new trajectories, which is then executed here in our game engine, OpenDS, that time, using also the motion synthesis I mentioned before. The InfoSailGale approach is actually, as you can see here, just a combination of InfoGale plus visual intention. So InfoGale, what it does is it learns, let's say, trajectory patterns based on a Latin code. Something like trajectories which are safe or unsafe. What we did is, as I said, we applied visual intention. So beside of the trajectory, the model also learned which were the focal points at that time to get the relation of between the trajectory and points of interest, so to say, or what are influencing at the end those trajectories. And as you can see here on the right-hand side, on top we have the ground truth, so the recorded data. In the middle we have the InfoGale, and as you see, that is the goal. It never reached the goal. And why? Because it never knows or knew that there might be a goal. We added the visual attention, and then we reached it. And we combined everything, so all our approaches in this behavior tree. So first we calculate the navigation, then we looked if there are pre-trained models we can use in that particular situation. So for example, crossing the street using Q tables, or using the imitation learning for pre-trained situations. If we don't have any model at that sense, then we are simply relying on those steering behavior rules I mentioned before, and then we are executing the behavior at the end. In the game engine, we looked here into 2 scenarios. The first one was critical. Yeah, so the guy is crossing the street directly, and in scenario B, the guy used the zebra crossings here. You see on the right-hand side also the trajectories which were generated. And now we see, oh. No. Okay. Now we would see a pedestrian using exactly the route generated here in scenario B with nice looking movements, because we combined the behavioral data, gaze data, motion capture data, and trajectory data with all of our approaches. And my time is up, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Andre. I think if there are any questions right now for this topic. If not, thank you very much. We're happy to have you here, and we'll proceed. Máme niekoľko zahraničných
And now we have a few foreign presenters. And we have mentioned today how some things work in the Czech Republic, in Brno. And this will be a similar topic, but remotely. And that's the topic is sensor technologies and autonomous experiments of vehicles for CCAM applications. Mr. Petr Šimoník from the Ostrava Technical University. And this will be an online presentation. So if we could start this, let's do it. So I'm from Ostrava. I'm the Pro Dean for Commercialization, and I'm responsible for a lab providing education and dealing with R&D projects for various areas of automotive. Today I would like to talk about sensing technologies for CCAM applications, and then about complex experimental vehicles that we can see, and also talk about the automated management research. CCAM is an area of connected automotive mobility, and we and our students work with this together with the Autino company and partners, and we deal with the research and development of technologies that will help to deal with the European CCAM environment. Thanks to the study program that we've had for more than 15 years, we create a sort of personal or staff basis. So we produce students who then work in automotive companies or in automotive suppliers. There are also R&D workers or teachers in the mobility lab at the university. This is great, and thanks to our cooperation with the partners, we are also dealing with various futuristic projects. What are our outputs? First of all, we have the automated mobility, and we see some product lines for this. Let's imagine a car which needs to be turned into an experimental vehicle enabling automated driving or the advanced assistance systems for the driver. And for these instructions, we need the so-called driver interface. This is the green rectangle. And this is then implemented into the vehicle. Above that, there is a layer that I called automated driving hardware software layer. We are currently developing it. We are doing with the research of various approaches for automated driving in 3 and 4, but currently this is not being commercialized. And we have the top layer called perception data processing hardware software layer. These are advanced systems for perception, including cameras, radars, lidars, a computing system, for example, on the NVIDIA Drive platform, and then it depends on the requirements for a specific application. How we can work with the vehicle? Well, we can see that on the video. We have a mobile app that's developed, and thanks to that we can fully control the vehicle using this app. So you can see you can take turns, you are able to accelerate, and then you can also brake. Similarly to personal vehicles, passenger vehicles, this is the same for lorries. In 2025, in September, we started the development of the automated driving layer for a fully automated vehicle. We We also have a surveillance drone monitoring the situation. And the applications are municipal services. This is for waste collection, and the vehicle can be used for various sensing, for example, on the surfaces and so on. Of course, the vehicles are then differ. We usually add radars, but we have a certain level of automation, and depending on the level of automation, all it takes are some LiDAR sensors. For some vehicles, we are able to integrate interfaces and make an experimental vehicle using a relevant platform. These are combustion engine vehicles, but also hybrid vehicles, and we have electric platform, for example, Škoda Enyaq, Volkswagen ID. Buzz, and so on. For the development, we are also developing new software versions based on the feedback from clients. We have requirements for new software functions, or we are also uncovering some shortcomings. So we have various variables in this. Now, as part of our experimental connected vehicles, we are moving on the gateway-oriented architecture or zonal-oriented architecture. In other words, at the top you can see an experimental vehicle which is used on the NQB platform. This is Škoda Superb of the third generation hybrid. We use this for CITS applications. And next to it there's a silver vehicle, Škoda Enyaq, which is a software-defined vehicle, meaning we are developing various software applications for the vehicle, for example, detection of the presence of a child in the vehicle, so that the vehicle itself is able to heat or cool. And we have several software applications for software-defined vehicles. We can imagine software-defined vehicles as a mobile app where you download a new app on your phone, and this gives you access to the camera, to the GPS, to the display, to the screen, so the hardware layers of the device. In our case, this is a vehicle, and this can be used in safety-relevant and non-safety relevant applications. Safety-relevant applications, this is where there's a risk of some damage or health problems, for example, for the driver or someone else on board when the vehicle is in motion. So we can have the automated vehicle in C-cab.
We can see some human-machine interfaces during visualization, either wireless or wired systems. As part of our cooperation with Škoda Auto and Volkswagen, we have developed a concept of this vehicle. At least in one, there has to be a driver interface. So we have used human-machine interface with this application. So the driver, has started the first car, and in the campus there is a second car that follows her. And so that second, as we said, the second car follows the first one, and there was a request from Škoda that no other elements can be used, only sensoric elements. These are cameras or radars. So we could not add any other element. At the moment, we're in a situation where we developed a solution for 4 vehicles. So right now we could run 4 vehicles one after another at the same time. So the first request in 2021, and what we can see, this is the video from 2021, was for the speed for 50 kilometers per hour. And now with the 4 vehicles, we have the speed of 140 kilometers because the request was over the speed limit for a motorway, so which is 130 in the Czech Republic. So the function of complete parking was already working, but there had to be driver and had to be stepping on the pedals. And now we can do the complete parking. So the operator wants to park that vehicle and the vehicle can park itself. So this is mission completed and the vehicles leaving. As part of sensory elements, a few years ago we started to develop for Valeo sensoric system for the collection of perception data. We can see the first version, Valeo Ray, composed of radars. And this served for the development of automated driving. And there was a final request of total system weight up to 30 kilos because those vehicles that have glass roof cannot support more burden. The length is variable, and the width as well. So the sensory elements as cameras or radars can be extended, and there was a height requirement. We can see other sensory systems, different in size and shape, and in terms of their implementation, we can change the height. The production is done at the Technical University in Ostrava, and here we can see the testing at the airport. And well, Valeo does development, research and development of automated driving, and here we can see the departure of the vehicle, starting the campaign for the collection of perception data. And we had a look. Our workers use the vehicle for the collection of perception data, and then, well, I mean, basically we just provided the data for the partner. Together with the team, we try to create a mobility living lab. So at the moment in the campus, we apply a CITS for collisions applications, and as regards CCAM, in the first half of 2026, we should launch the first start of automation of level 4. It will be a shuttle bus service in the polygon, closed polygon, and we would be happy if these automated shuttles were used also outside the campus in Ostrava and in the surrounding areas. So we are working with a whole range of partners, without whom, of course, we wouldn't be able to get our results, because you need to work with integrators, with a company that produces HD maps, then Valeo that helps us develop technologies, car technologies, then the producer of microchip systems, and also we are working together on the development of these specific computing systems. Without automotive industry wouldn't be able to implement experimental vehicles. And so, yeah, there are various partners who provide these systems. We have also the back office, and we have the systems that we implement, and we're able to visualize them. So in the polygon, they should be in operation, well, now from 2025. Here at the top image, we can see that we create a whole series of digitalized environments for the creation of synthetic data sets that are very important because the development cannot be based only on real data sets but also on synthetic data sets. And here we expect the cooperation with the partners, including the National Computing Center, will help us move forward. Here we can see the application that we are dealing with now, that is a crossing for senior citizens, or there are lots of, pedestrians. There is a bus stop nearby and people crossing very often imprudently, and so using the system we can identify human presence on the road. We send the information, and the vehicle approaching the zebra crossing, thanks to this information, can notify the driver and then even stop. So we combine CITS with CCAM, and this CCAM for us it's important. We use experimental vehicles with this function implemented. If the driver doesn't brake, then the vehicle stops. So here you can see what it looks like, a pedestrian. Then opposite you can see an infrastructure camera. You can see there's a bus stop. So the bus stops here and people try to cross. And for example, the vehicle that comes can put the pedestrian in danger. So there is a warning on the screen, brake. And if the driver does not react, there's emergency braking activated. So CCAM and CITS application are used. Thanks to CITS, we can detect the problem, and thanks to CCAM, we can show how the vehicle is able to stop itself. We want to sell our technology. That means we want to help R&D centers to help them in the development of R&D mobility. So we set up a company that can distribute licensed technology developed by the university. So, for example, Audi, well, they buy the. So you can buy either complete or partial solutions, and then obviously, this company can provide the maintenance as well. For example, the supply of 2 vehicles for university in Poznań. So this has been a few examples of how our university contributes to development of CCAM and partially also CITS. Thank you very much, and I will be looking forward to meeting my colleagues from InnovAIte. Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. And now we have a panel session. They have a panel debate as well, or basically what they had has already finished. So now we will open the door and so that people can see that they come in. And now let's go to this panel debate, which will be the final session today. Some of the guests have already been here on the stage, and others, okay. Well, the first one of them will come here for the first time, and others have been here. Patrick Brečka, if he can come here, please, Patrick. He will be hosting the debate. Okay, at least we have time to start the mic. It should work, so hello. As part of the project, we are used to improvising depending on the situation, and we had different scenarios, and one of the things we did ahead was that we were supposed to have Jiří Vitek from O2 who was going to be online, and Mr. Šimoník, who was here before as well. We were going to they were going to be here, but we pre-recorded the panel debates with them and with the questions on CITS and also CCAM, on how AI and the data, synthetic data, is used. And those pre-recordings can be found on our website of InnovAIte, and this was prepared in case they could not come. And well, you know, they can't come or they can't be here because we are running a bit late. And to fill in the time we have, okay, and since basically we are, as I said, as we are running a bit late, let's see who is left here of those panelists who could stay, and if there are any questions, we can answer them, and basically the panel can be shortened. So, Marek Vancho is here, coming to the stage. So we had an interesting debate. Also, Professor Juraj Gazda, who has been here before, is coming to the stage. In his case, there wasn't time for a Q&A, so maybe now we can remedy it. And Petr Strakos should be here. He has been here before, so he will be part of the panel debate. Okay, we put these chairs here. Maybe we can move them to the center if we're not going to use the presentations. Just to be safe, you know, put this more in the center. So each of you, if you can grab a chair. And if I understood it correctly, so Patrick, you will be hosting the debate. Well, yeah, I should be the one to host it, but maybe we can ask if there are any questions, and unless there are questions, I can ask one general question, because all of the panelists have already had their presentation today, and if you have any questions outside today's conference, you know, feel free to reach out to us, because as it was said in the morning, our project tries to be open, at least towards a Czech and Slovak audience, and we want to have we want to reach out as much as possible and get in touch with other entities. So, gentlemen, all of you will have your microphone, And I can see two questions. So what are the biggest challenges in the cooperation of the academia and industry? So we have the representative of the academia and partners from industry. So Juraj, giving you the microphone. It's all in your hands, and it's 20 to 4, so we have 20 minutes left.
Thank you very much for your question. So what are the biggest challenges in the cooperation of the academia and the industry? Well, I have to say this was surprising for me. Of course, there are many challenges, or several at least. And I'll take a look at this a bit differently. Of course, currently Slovakia, but also the EU is starting to lag behind in terms of digitalization and artificial intelligence if we compare with the United States, but also China. To be able to eliminate this difference, this gap, it's necessary to reinforce the cooperation between the industry and the academia. I'll give you an example from the Košice region. I don't know about Bratislava, but quite frankly, in the Košice region, the cooperation was sort of active, but I don't think we have sufficient connections in terms of hard research and development. There were many training courses, but there was no real demand from the side of the private sector to work with universities. There can be several reasons, of course, but the effect is that with the AI, and especially for companies in the east of Slovakia, in terms of a smart industry, because they weren't interconnected with universities, they are starting to lag behind in their competitiveness, especially on a global scale. So in the past, there were several obstacles that prevented us from becoming more interconnected, but I hope that the current state and the current geopolitical situation will help us. And we've seen several presentations today, and I hope we will be able to become more competitive, and that goes for both universities and companies working with us. Thank you for your answer. I would like to add an example from Europe, which was interesting for me. For example, Estonia. And I think this is a bit more complex answer to the question. It's not simple at all, but if you take a look at Estonia and see how many startups they have per capita, and if you take a look at the added value that they are able to generate, well, this is because they have a digital society. They are trying to digitize everything. They have programs where the requirement is that the PhD candidate needs to be in practice half of the time as well. And this means that many startups, significant startups, are from such a small country of only 2 million. Slovakia is not far from that in terms of size, but this is not only about the general cooperation between academia and the industry, but this is also about the whole ecosystem of support and calls for projects, and these need to be as transparent as possible so that it supports the cooperation. Second question, is the AI something to be afraid of, or is it something that's going to help us? Who would like to answer this question? I think very simple. This is the same as with everything that people deal with. This is about the focus and about the aim that we have when using AI. From my point of view, I can say it definitely is a helper, because we are trying to help resolve in a systematic way some problems and to create methodologies that deals with the pressing issues of cities, of security and safety. So from this point of view, this is definitely a benefit. And I'm really looking forward to see what it's going to look like in 1 or 2 years, because the speed of development of AI and of creating new tools in this area, it's immense. In January this year, perhaps a year ago, ChatGPT only started to be used. So it's really relatively a new tool. And right now, I can't imagine my life without these tools. And there are more and more of these tools, so this is really wonderful. On the other hand, I have some doubts and some fears that the systems can be as effective even if they are used for the wrong causes. So again, it's up to people how they set the development of these tools, and let's see what this brings in the future. Thank you for your answer. Would anyone else like to add something? If not, let's continue with the next question, which is addressed for Marek. Processing video data requires huge computing resources. Does this have the potential for a new HPC in Bratislava and Košice? That's the National Center for Data Sharing. Yes. Processing video is really hard. Of course, when I presented the solution from the highway today, the systems and the performance that we needed to get the efficiency, well, we needed to learn how to work effectively with the resources. So today we are able to process triple the amount of data. Yes, the architecture of the system shouldn't be for all the raw data to process them in the specific center, but we should process them in a distributed way. So if a camera can process something, that's ideal. Today we have camera systems that have their own co-processors, and they are already able to extract some metadata from the video data, and they only send it then to the analytical center in a processed way. We talk about our systems at least. And then after the data extraction, we are able to send the final data for final processing with other models into the center, which could be a sort of national center for outputs from all the cities and platforms and locations that should be included. So I say yes, definitely this has potential, and the performance doesn't have to be a limiting factor if it's established well. Let's continue with the next question. Thank you. How about the legislation in terms of autonomous driving in the EU and the United States? Does the EU system enable fully autonomous driving? This is perhaps a question for Professor. I'm not sure if I'm able to answer this. In any case, the legislation in Europe is quite strict. We have a cooperation with the University of California, where these things are being tested quite extensively. In San Francisco or LA, there are fully autonomous taxis, for instance. Thanks to digital twins, colleagues from Viamo have managed to scan the whole city, or part of the city, and part of Los Angeles, and they can use it. I don't know what the situation in Europe is, but I know Europe is quite rigid, so we will probably wait for several years. Well, I would like to add something to that. It's very good to take a look at the videos from the panel discussion that we had last week, and there, autonomous cars are divided into 5 levels. And Mr. Shimonik, when we talked to him, he went to London last week. And they are currently preparing the launch of autonomous taxis, and we are talking there about level 4. So the legislation in Europe, or the effort of Europe, but also Norway and some other cities and countries where the autonomous cars from level 4 will be implemented, well, the legislation is being prepared to do this. And at least for level 4, it's already prepared. Well, level 4 is the level where cars are able to only move in a specific area, but level 5, the user can select any point where they want to get. But that's not where we're at right now. Let's continue with the next question. Is it realistic to create a third-party device which would be connected into an existing vehicle? To think all it takes are a few RGB cameras or a car designed already with sensors? Well, this is a question that might be directed at Marek or Professor. Marek, go ahead. I'm not sure what is meant by this question. If I may, I'd like to try to answer this from what we heard from Mr. Szymonik in our discussion last week, where we dealt with this. We talked about various approaches in the management level of the autonomous driving in terms of technological equipment. That's the first part of the question. So only using video technologies is not the most robust solution, and it's connected to certain risks. He openly said that it's good to have LiDARs, radars, and video technologies working together. Another answer to this is the one that we've heard a while ago. It's different if I drive through an area that I know, and it's different whether it's level 5 in a new environment and the vehicle needs to find its way, because it's very hard to process the huge volume of data in real time and take the right decision. Now, for the device, you've seen this in the lecture, in the speech. Again, Mr. Szymonik is the best one to answer this because he's from the Australian Institute of Technology. They even prepared a device for the police of the Czech Republic, which is able to stop a vehicle remotely. So technology, in terms of technology, it's able to control a car from a different car. So unfortunately, this is possible even if you're not the police, but someone else. So the standards are already available. I'll just confirm. I probably wouldn't get into an autonomous car with only cameras. I have a Tesla, so I know how it works. It doesn't work very often. Without a radar and a LiDAR, it's not complete. There are no other elements. CITS or RSU would be able to fully communicate with the other vehicles and transfer information about various conditions on the road. Currently, the vehicles are standalone devices, and they often fight with the non-autonomous cars on the road. If we replaced all cars for autonomous cars, then it would be a different thing, but that's not practically possible. For RGB cameras, I'm quite fascinated by the fact that in San Francisco the taxis driving around have around 28 cameras in one vehicle, so this is quite interesting, and they are able to online process the image from the cameras autonomously in the car itself. For me, that's a sort of science fiction, and I would like to learn more about how they do this. Of course, there are support systems, LiDARs, radars. These are the primary devices, but this is quite interesting. We also know that they have extremely low definition, so they are able to do this fast, but it must be quite something for hardware. The last but one question: are various traffic rules in various countries a significant obstacle? My answer would be no, but if anybody from the panel would like to add anything, feel free. I don't think so. Even in CITS, there are the legislative rules that can be standardized and must be standardized. And the last question, Juraj, are the calculations on edge devices the game changer in terms of autonomous mobility? Well, I think so. Edge computing, or the concept of connected vehicles and connected vehicles in 5G, and the aim of the network is to calculate tasks generated in cameras and lidars. Well, why it's important? It's important to say that as soon as we have autonomous taxis in San Francisco with 25 cameras, 5 lidars and other radars, then the price is huge. These are hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we are not able to mass produce these cars for the general public. That's why the only solution for now is edge computing, where all the generated data won't only be used on board. That would significantly make the whole thing significantly expensive. This will be performed by very fast 5G or 6G networks in the future and edge computing platforms. This can help us to decrease the price of the vehicle, at least partially, and as Marek said in the previous speech, we can use the edge computing platform for this and the smart city concept that helps us to deal with smart traffic, the so-called green wave on traffic lights. We can eliminate traffic jams and thus also decrease the consumption of fuel. So for some people don't want edge or lidars and only cameras, but most of pioneers in this area says that the future is edge and lidars, of course.
Thank you very much for your answer. And since this was the last question, if I may, I would like to conclude this panel, also given the time. Well, it looks like the time's up, but very last question, if anyone can reply. All the time we've been talking about the AI, learning from videos of real situations that happen, for example, in traffic, on the motorway, traffic accidents, etc. At the same time, we're talking about the AI being more and more able to generate more and more realistic videos. So could happen something, could some kind of maybe manipulation happen that these videos, AI-generated videos, could be used for manipulation or could be abused? Yeah, but okay, we are using AI to generate use cases that we cannot use from real data. For example, if you have a ball entering the traffic and we understand that anytime there may be a child getting to a street and the AI does not have the awareness, cannot learn this awareness during the training, and by using advanced methods like transformers or event transformers, we can, thanks to the AI and the digital twin, can use these scenario generated by AI to train the AI algorithms that steer drive the vehicle, because these scenarios are generated by AI, and also AI can learn from these videos. But obviously, this may be also abused. There may be a negative connotation as well. Okay, well, I won't be sleeping very, peacefully, having this information, but I'm asking about the future, because of what is the future of my profession as an actor, whether we may be replaced by AI when, the videos generated by AI maybe perhaps evaluated, assessed as real videos by AI. Hopefully this won't happen. Anyway, dear friends, I think we have come to the end of our panel debate as well as at the end of our today's agenda. So Marek Vancho, Petr Strakoš, Andrej Macko, sorry, and Patrik Brečka and Juraj Gazda. Well, okay. Despite a slight delay, I hope that you have found this event inspiring. Have a great evening, safe journey back home. And out there in the corridor, we have a coffee break, some refreshments. You can use that time for networking. So I would like to say goodbye to you. Thank you very much for inspiration and for your attention. Thank you and see you next time.